السيارة تروح على هذا الفرن على هذا المبنى حتلاقي الدور ده هي 2 minutes.
Well, the street sewers are going to come back again because these rakers are all raking it into the street. Instead of having a little scoop. Oh, go ahead, no, yeah. Noise level here. I know. I was going to shoot that
Yeah. We leave it. Yeah, we good. Yeah. No, I'm just kidding you. I'm saying, I want to keep it answer.
Thank you very much.
He's the big boss. Hey, he's the big boss. The big boss. Our boss, yeah.
just to give you a sense of how where we are, directly behind you, you will see the National Guard troops that have triggered this latest wave of protests. They are currently posted up outside of the federal building, which is also outside of the Metropolitan Detention Center, where a number of the people were detained in these ICE raids, starting on Friday, before first held before moving to other ICE processing centers outside of the city. That federal building, this federal property, was really the target of the protesters starting on Friday, especially because of the yesterday once those were stationed. Now, yesterday, after the protesters from multiple points in the city converged on this point downtown, initially they had scuffles with the National Guard and with DHS police, eventually local law enforcement, LAPD, crowd control, non-using munitions, rubber bullets, foam rounds, tear gas, pushed the protesters away and they could downtown. It was at that point that LAPD declared unlawful assembly for a large swath of the area. And this morning, there is a very heavy law enforcement presence across downtown, not just LA County sheriffs, but Ventura County, Orange County, Barbara County sheriffs, police from Beverly Hills, Pasadena, pretty much every law enforcement agency in Southern California is represented in downtown LA today, trying to prevent the kinds of things we saw yesterday from happening again. There are some protesters scheduled to take place in downtown. The SEIU and some legally usable protesters found in the park. 16 protesters will walk out and first or later. We'll see just how things are coming on the other side. other consumer that lawyers that I've spoken to represent basically pro bono here in the LA area have told me that it's very difficult to access equitable authority. You have a right to consular deportation force, but the lawyers are just now beginning to slowly get access to those people. You can hear more about them. That's the story.
I would rather just go black. Pour one up? Yeah. Yeah.
That's the idea. I'm a show off.
Happy to help you. I see that. Hey, about
for a 6x.
closer.
Can I sell it for 6x6? Is that
Are you gonna tilt it, tabletop it?
Yes. Can I do that?
Sure.
So I gotta go like this.
Twist. I'm gonna give you a hand. I'm too short to. Okay. How that works in his, I'm watching yours. Watch your light. I don't care about him.
You good? Watch the camera.
No, the camera doesn't. It's the light. I'm all about lighting. I don't care about cameras. I don't care about
Yeah.
You want to do the bomb? Sure.
See how high we go.
Oh, I can get high.
Do the middle one.
Yeah, stand by. I think this bowl's out. Yeah, I think this is a little bent.
As high as you can reach. Yeah, that's good. You want to stand in there?
Yep. It's over here.
You want to stand in there like this? Look at the pole now. So it's got to go this way for us.
Well, or it's like right there. We can just go. Okay, yeah. Yep. Hang on. Let me twist this.
one like literally right across here.
It is.
Yeah, right like that.
It's not like we're lucky to get that. There you go. It was right.
Or was it?
Yeah, exactly. It's like she's afraid of stuff. But not working. Exactly. Literally, that's 5 minutes on
I was watching for a while. You put a, what do you put on there?
I'm just going to put the...
man. Where's this going to be at? What's the Associated Press?
Well, if that's the case, hold on. Yeah, make sure you get my good side.
Which side is that?
Oh, all right. That's okay.
Sorry, thank you.
You're good.
Cuando me traje a París,
sorry. I love my Grand Park, bro. Grand Park, my courthouse.
I fell a half-inch. Yeah.
Today when I got here,
Where's
Media has to go around. Media has to go around through the front. Through the front registration media. This is true.
I'm at Grand Park. There's not an exact address. I'm right here.
¿Cómo estamos? ¡Somos conscientes! ¡Somos conscientes! ¡Justice for Journalists! ¡Justice for Journalists! Buenas tardes a todos y gracias por estar aquí hoy. Hoy yo vengo a recordarle a todos que nosotros somos la cara y la representación, todos nosotros, de lo que más odia esta administración. Somos gente organizada, somos gente empoderada, somos gente listos para luchar y defender lo nuestro. Porque un daño contra uno, un daño contra uno. También nosotros orgullosamente representamos comunidades inmigrantes. Muchos de nosotros o nuestros padres vinieron a este país buscando un mejor futuro. Y creo que una de las cosas que David fue muy claro cuando fue detenido, que no se nos puede olvidar que este movimiento es mucho más que un movimiento para liberar a David. Sí, queremos que hoy día liberen a nuestro presidente, pero también queremos que hoy día liberen a todas las personas que han sido injustamente detenidas. ¡Chinga la migra! ¡Chinga la migra! Nosotros sabemos que nuestros padres o nosotros mismos vinimos a este país buscando ese futuro, buscando esa oportunidad. Sabemos que esta administración hizo toda una campaña para llegar al poder, usándonos a nosotros como su escudo y su excusa. Pero nosotros sabemos que lo que ellos dicen no es la verdad. Nosotros somos gente fuerte, organizada, listos para trabajar, para aportar, para crear nuestras familias, crear esas oportunidades. Y orgullosamente nosotros cargamos esa batuta. Sabemos que tenemos una responsabilidad muy grande enfrente de nosotros. Nuestras acciones, nuestra presencia, nuestros derechos tienen que ser ejercidos. Y sabemos que nuestro poder es en la calle, nuestro poder es en tomar acción, nuestro poder es en mostrarle a él que no somos uno, no somos 10, somos un chingo. Cuéntenos bien. Sabemos que tenemos que seguir demostrándonos pacíficamente, porque al final del día los que están trayendo la violencia son los militares que han llegado a esta ciudad, los agentes federales que han llegado a esta ciudad a aterrorizar a nuestras comunidades. Y no nos vamos a callar hasta que estos cabrones se vayan de aquí y nos dejen vivir en paz. Nuestra comunidad no se rinde. Y aunque nuestra comunidad está con el corazón partido, porque hemos visto toda esta violencia en contra de nuestras comunidades, nuestro corazón también está listo para luchar. Lucharemos por un mejor futuro y nunca nos echaremos para atrás. Gracias a todos por estar aquí. De mucho corazón a nuestros miembros, nuestra lucha sigue Esperamos contar con ustedes porque no pararemos hasta que estos cabrones se vayan de aquí. Gracias.
Everywhere we go, people wanna know who we are. So we tell them, we are the union.
We are the union.
The mighty, mighty union.
Mighty, mighty union.
The mighty, mighty union.
Mighty, mighty union.
The mighty, mighty union.
Mighty, mighty union.
When I say freedom, you say now. Freedom.
Now.
Freedom.
Now.
When I say freedom, you say now. Freedom.
Now.
Freedom.
Now.
Freedom.
Now.
Freedom.
Now.
Freedom.
Now.
Freedom.
Now.
Freedom.
Now.
Freedom.
Now.
Gracias.
El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. 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 The people united.
Will never be divided.
The people united. Aquí estamos.
Y no nos vamos.
Y si nos echan, aquí estamos.
Y no nos vamos.
Y si nos echan,
Who's got the power? What kind of power? Who's got the power? I can't hear you. Who's got the power? What kind of power? What kind of power? What kind of power?
we have union power here today. No doubt about it. Let us know, let the White House know we're not going anywhere. We're going to keep standing up. Today, brothers and sisters, it's not about labor, but it's also about standing in solidarity together as one, united as one. It is my proud, proud honor to invite the president of the NAACP, Derek Johnson.
The people united should never be divided. The people united should never be divided.
Yes.
I bring you greetings from the National NAACP, the nation's largest civil rights organization. And we are clear that there is no difference between worker rights and civil rights. But more importantly, we must always fight against tyranny. And what Trump is doing is tyranny. Free David now. Free David now. Free David now. The history in this country has always been people like us standing together, fighting against those who seek to exploit us, to use us, or to distract what's taking place. And what we are witnessing in the backdrop of Elon Musk and Donald Trump last week is a distraction to try to move the attention away from the fact that they're fighting internally. What we are witnessing now is an attempt to move the attention away from what they're doing with the federal bill to take our Medicaid, to steal your Social Security, to undermine your worker rights, to kick elderly people out of nursing homes. What we are witnessing now is an individual who's unqualified sitting in the White House under DUI policies that he should not be sitting in, because none of them are qualified to serve in the role that they're serving in. And the work that you have done, the fight that you are engaged in, and what you are standing on now is more democratic than anything they have ever done. The people united should never be divided. And we are clear in the African American tradition. If they are attacking workers today, they would attack us tomorrow. We are clear from the African American tradition If they attack Latinos today, they will attack us tomorrow. We are clear that as workers stand up, that if Latinos stand up, that if black folks stand up, and we stand united, when we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. We fight, we win. Peace and power.
Thank you very much. We're standing to the end of NAACP. Let's give it up. This is also a moment to stand up with our immigrant rights leaders and immigrant rights champions in our state. It is my proud honor to invite Mashif Uladi from the California Immigrant Policy Center.
SEIU, let me hear you! I was supposed to have lunch with David tomorrow. April mentioned it when she came up here. He's been worried about everything that's been going on for a long time. When we were doing scenario planning around how to protect immigrant communities, David was there. When we passed the sanctuary law in LA, David was there. When we went to Sacramento to advocate for immigrants during the special session, David was there. When we were having Immigrant Day of Action, David was one of our keynote speakers, and he stood side by side by us. And we're going to be here for David today, tomorrow, and every day. Like my brother said from the NAACP before, this is a moment of solidarity. This is a moment for labor, immigrant rights, African American community, for all of us to come together. We were at LAX earlier today because the Muslim and African ban just went into effect today. They're terrorizing us at the airport. They're terrorizing on the streets of LA, and we're going to fight back. We are California. We are going to continue to fight back. As Angelinos, as Californians, there's organizations up and down the state that stand in solidarity with SEIU, that stand in solidarity with David. And more than anything else, I know David would want us to highlight the families that are being separated. We saw this from Trump in 2017 when he was ripping children from their parents, and we're seeing that again right now. Don't let the media distract us. We know we're peaceful protesters. We're here. We're making our voices heard. And don't get distracted from the federal fight that's happening. They're trying to take healthcare away from all of us. We're not going to let them do that. Because when we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. The Senate just dropped its bill for the state budget. The Speaker in the Assembly will be doing the same. We need to make sure that all immigrants, regardless of their status, have health care. All immigrants, regardless of status, have health care. Because when we fight, thank you. I'm going to introduce the next speaker. Shirley has been doing amazing work with the Rapid Response Network on the ground. O'Reilly has been on the ground around the clock last week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Give her a huge round of applause. Thank you, O'Reilly, for everything you're doing.
Thank you, Masi, and to all our partners that are here today. How do you feel? Are you fired up? I'm fired up. Are you fired up? When I say people, you say power. People. People. When I say worker, you say power. Worker. Worker. When I say immigrant, you say power. Immigrant. Immigrant. People. People. Estamos aquí, pertenecemos aquí. We are here and we belong here. We belong here. Say it with me. We belong here. We belong here. My name is Arely Hernandez. I'm an immigrant and proudly a janitor and daughter of janitors. When I worked as a janitor, SEIU was my union and is my union. And let me tell you, when David Huerta led Justice for Janitors, he was fighting for the rights of people like me and my family. That is who David Huerta is. He, a son of immigrants, reminds us that we belong here. Where do we belong? Here. Where do we belong? Here. That's right. St. communities. We have seen the deployments out in the streets. We've seen the racial profiling. Let's be clear. Immigration is not just about Latinos. Immigration agents are coming after our Black community, Asian community, Black Africans and Muslim Africans equally, and we have to uplift that. That is what we do every day, fight alongside our coalition partners and leaders who are standing up here. On May Day, we marched peacefully in these streets. Were you here on May Day? Was it a peaceful protest? That's right, because we know how to stand up and protest peacefully. But what has happened, the government came in, and they came in with their military vehicles. That's what's happened. Let us not be lost in what the news is reporting. We know how to protest peacefully, do we? That's right. On Friday, you saw what happened in the streets of LA. We quickly went out to support the families. We were denied access to the families, and the attorneys were denied access. Saturday, we went back to the detention center with 4 members of Congress. They were denied access. Sunday, 3 members of Congress went out to Adelanto Detention Center. They were denied access. We are in a crisis of due process. Don't get it wrong. They are trying to tell us that we do not belong here. But do we belong here? Do we belong here? So I'm here to tell you our demands. Stop the raids. We want due process. Stop racial profiling. We want the right to peacefully protest. And we want our people released, including our brother, David Huerta. Release David Huerta. Release David Huerta. Release David Huerta. Aquí estamos. Y si nos echan, aquí estamos. Y si nos echan, mi gente, pertenecemos aquí. No se olviden eso. Miren a todos los que están aquí para recordarles a ustedes que vamos a seguir luchando por sus derechos a permanecer. Porque nosotros pertenecemos ¿a dónde? Aquí. ¿A dónde? Aquí. Ahora es mi gusto presentar a una organización hermana en esta lucha, a Carecen, y mi hermana en esta lucha, Alexandra Morales.
Free David Huerta, free them all! Free David Huerta, free them all! When our community is under attack, what do? Stand up, fight back! When our community is under attack, what do? Stand up, fight back! My name is Alexandra Morales, and on behalf of Carecen, today we stand in solidarity with our brother, our ally, our leader David Huerta, who was unjustly arrested for exercising his fundamental right to free speech. Our constitutional rights are under attack in LA and everywhere in the United States. Women must not stay silent. As attacks on immigrant communities escalate, it is more urgent than ever to defend our rights and to demand justice. What we witnessed firsthand was disturbing, cruel, and a blatant attack of state violence. David Huerta, a community leader for decades, was brutally attacked by federal agents. And an attack on one is an attack on all. We condemn the aggressive immigration enforcement operations that terrorize our communities. But let's be clear, ICE operations are not about public security. They're about xenophobia. They're about anti-immigrant policies. They're about persecuting our vulnerable communities in LA and everywhere. And when our immigrants are under attack, we are all under attack, and we must not stay silent. We demand due process for all those detained. Authorities must be held accountable, and we must insist without compromise that there will be justice. We demand the immediate release of David Huerta now. We demand a stop to ICE raids in LA and everywhere. Free David Huerta, free them all. ICE out of LA. ICE out of LA. ICE out of LA. ICE out of LA. A nuestra comunidad no están solos. De parte de Carecen, el Centro Americano de Recursos Executive Director Flor Menendez from the Clean Cars Worker Center. Hello everybody, my name is Flor Melendres and I'm the Executive Director of the Clean Car Wash Worker Center. The immigration raids this weekend shook Los Angeles, tearing families apart and sowing fear in our communities, targeting people simply for trying to earn an honest living. Over 200 families were separated in the last 72 hours, including 7 car wash workers whose work sites were raided by ICE yesterday. Some of them are own Worker Center members. Noemi, who is here with me today, is the wife of Jesus Cruz, a car wash worker, a member of Clean, who was kidnapped yesterday at Westchester Car Wash. He worked there for 10 years to support his wife and 4 children. Jesus has over 30 years in this country, and unfortunately, we have not been able to locate him. This should not happen. This should have never happened, especially not at a workplace where people show up to provide for their families and support our communities. We will not tolerate this cruel and dehumanizing actions. We call for the release of our car wash members. We call for the release of David Huerta. We call for the release of every community member who was taken from their families, who was kidnapped from their families and their communities. We will continue to fight for every person. Our voices are strong. Our resolve is unshakable. We will not back down. Carwacheros viven, la lucha sigue. Carwacheros viven, la lucha sigue. El pueblo unido. El pueblo unido. The people united. The people united. Se ve y se siente. No los oigo. Se ve y se siente. Aquí estamos.
Vamos.
Y si nos echan,
nos regresamos. I want to thank all the elected officials who are here with us today. Assemblymember Brian, Assemblymember Hervenia, Assemblymember Calosa, Congressmember Gomez, Senator Smallwood Cuevas, Jasmine Imani, Carolyn Menjivar, Senator Marilena Durazo, Antonio Vasquez, the office of Congressman Gil Cisneros, the office of Congresswoman Cameron Dodger, Jeff Prang is with us, Lindsay Horvath, John Hahn, and Supervisor Solis. Thank you for your help today. Councilmember Imelda Padilla, Dr. Gonzalez is with us, Councilmember Hernandez, Councilmember Soto Martinez, and Assemblywoman Celeste Rodriguez is with us today, as well as City Council Member Jurado, who is with us here today. I want to thank all of them for standing with us and for calling us every day, every minute since our president was taken from us by the federal government. I am proud to invite our dear leader in the LA Federation of Labor, Yvonne Wheeler, here with us today.
Good evening, sisters, brothers, and siblings. Good evening, brothers, sisters, and siblings. Who are we? We are the union. And when we stand together and we fight together, no one can come between us. Sisters and brothers, we're gathered here today in the spirit of unity, purpose, and power. Because one of our very own, David Huerta, was unjustly detained and injured simply for doing what he has always done. And that's standing up for what's right. David wasn't at the work site on June 6th for himself. He was there as he's been countless times before, to bear witness, to protect and demand justice for immigrant workers facing fear and uncertainty. He stood as a community advisor, observer, in peace, in truth, and in solidarity. For that, he was met with force. For that, he was taken. For that, he was injured. But what they didn't understand is this. You cannot detain justice. You cannot silence truth. And you cannot injure a movement that is rooted in love, in dignity, and in unshakable belief that everybody deserves to live and work free from fear. So today we honor David, not because he's our dear friend and our leader, but because he represents the very soul of our movement. A movement that says loud and clear, we protect each other, we show up for each other, and we will never let fear divide us. So today we say, today we protest, today we say, free David Huerta!
Free David Huerta!
Free David Huerta!
Free David Huerta!
But we do so peacefully, because our power is not in how loud we shout, but in how firmly we stand. Our strength is in our solidarity. Our resistance is rooted in love. Let them see us, let them hear us, and let them know we're not going anywhere. And neither is David Huerta and the rest of them. So free David Huerta and all of the rest of them. Thank you. Now I have the honor and pleasure of introducing a shero, a labor shero, Teresa Romero, the president, the first woman president of the United Farm Workers of America. Thank you. Yes, I am going to be brief. Thank you everybody for being here. Let me tell you something. We're here for David Huerta, but we're also here for all immigrants that have been detained and we don't even know where they are. Don't give up. We need to keep fighting because they need us. Our community needs us. It's not about one person. It's about all of us. All immigrants who are here contributing to this country, contributing to the economy. And I come from the organization where our motto is, Si se puede. So let me hear it. Se puede. Si se puede. Remember, I want David Huerta to hear us. Se puede. Si se puede. Se puede. Si se puede. Si se puede. Si se puede. Si se puede. Thank you for being here. Let's keep fighting for every single person who has been detained. Thank you very much. Now it is my pleasure to introduce somebody who has been a fighter for workers and for all Californians since she was in the assembly. Is a great friend of mine, a great fighter for all of us, like the president of the California Federation of Labor, Lorena Gonzalez.
Brothers and sisters, are there some union members in this house? I don't think I heard you. Do we have some union members in this house? I am proud to represent 1,300 local unions from throughout California, and I see you all here today, from the Faculty Association to IATSE, to Unite here, to the building trades, to AFSCME. I see the firefighters here. I see the trades here. I see
you so much for coming today. Look, let's face it, this administration has made a lot of mistakes. But the biggest mistake they did was trying to mess with labor unions. We are what makes this country great. This country was already great with people devoting their life to make it, to try to take care of their families, to take care of each other. Dolores said earlier, we got to do it in nonviolent ways, but let me tell you, you're going to get sad, you're going to get angry, and it's okay to feel like that. But you wake up the next day and you wake up and you go fight, because that's what labor unions do. We go fight for what's right. Free David Huerta! This ends now!
Next up is the head of our Orange County Labor Federation, Gloria Alvarado.
Thank you. Brothers and sisters, it's Orange County in the house. That's huge. Let me tell you, we are all together in this. An injury to one is an injury to all. And one of my mentors has been detained alongside with 45 leaders out there, immigrant leaders. As an immigrant, I am outraged to see the injustices. The labor movement fights for dignity and respect. And even when you're being arrested, you deserve dignity and respect. You don't deserve to be hurt, pushed down, and harmed. So we need to stand together and say, no more. Basta! Basta! No more abuse! No more! We will stand together and we will fight not only for David, but for all the others that are being arrested. ICE is in Orange County right now, and let me tell you, it's a disgrace that they continue to attack working people. We are not criminals. We are the working people that keeps the economy moving. Let's respect labor. Who are we? Labor. Who are we? Labor.
When immigrant rights are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
When immigrant rights are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
When immigrant rights are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back. Now, brothers and sisters, give it up for Representative from the Los Angeles Building and Construction Trades, Eddie Alvarez.
Sisters and brothers, I want to thank you all for coming today. Is LA a labor town? Is LA a labor town? We're just here to back up our brother David Huerta. All the 160,000, the Executive Secretary Ernesto Medina, the 160,000 construction workers of Los Angeles County. We want to make sure David Huerta gets out tonight, right now. And we will not stop until this fascist regime gets taken down. I also want to speak as an Angelino. We see all of us peaceful protesters out here right now. We want to make sure that if you go out and protest, do it peacefully. Violence leads to more violence. They want us to desecrate our city. They want us to put it on fire. Don't make him happy. Protect our city. Protect yourselves. Thank you. And now it is my great pleasure to introduce the great leader from the Roofers Local 36, Mr. Cliff Smith.
I am David Huerta. I am David Huerta. We all are David, and Goliath is going down. All you fascists are bound to lose. Free President David Huerta. Free and legalize immigrant workers. All hail the Los Angeles freedom fighters. Long live the international working class. Donald Trump has brought open class warfare to our streets. The capitalist war against the working class that was always just under the surface in the form of housing costs, for-profit health care, police brutality, deportations, white supremacy, and patriarchy under the thin cover of paper democracy is now the open terrorist dictatorship of the most reactionary, most chauvinistic, and most imperialistic elements of finance capital. As fascism was defined in 1935 by the Communist International, which led the historic defeat of Nazism 80 years ago. And we see that on June 6th, the day that Trump launched his attack on Los Angeles and seized President Huerta, came on the anniversary of the D-Day U.S. invasion against Hitler. 80 years ago in 1945, we defeated fascism. 80 years before that, in 1865, we defeated chattel slavery and white supremacy. And we stand in this tradition. Trump's ICE attacks are his distraction against his tariffs that are ratcheting up economic crises of rising costs and economic uncertainty, while he tries to export the failures of United States capitalism onto other countries. His budget bill is the real looting by his criminal class aimed at all working people. They are coming for our Social Security, our Medicaid, the post office. They're coming for our labor unions, our organizations, and collective bargaining. The attacks on immigrants has always been meant to weaken the working class, to divide us by nationality or language, to confuse us about who is really taking our jobs and invading our neighborhoods. But this did not start with Donald Trump. There are hundreds of thousands of non-citizen residents that live in our neighborhoods, workers, community members who cannot even vote for their school board member or their city council member or the mayor because the Democratic Party wants them disenfranchised, enforcing taxation without representation. We are in a paper democracy and we need to build people's democracy and a workers' party. Mayor Bass, we need you immediately to remove the Quisling police chief, Jim McDonnell. He's insubordinate and he's unable to do his job to keep Los Angeles safe. To the military and to any MAGA militias, we tell you that we are workers, we are students, we are artists, we are peaceful, and we are disciplined. But if you come here into our neighborhoods, onto our job sites, looking for blood, like the poet Amiri Baraka said, there will be some mutual blood shed. We are not superheroes, but you will know that you were in a fight. We need immediately a united front against fascism, an anti-fascist people's front led by the working class. As the movement grows and the unity of the working class strengthens, we must go further and prepare the transition from the defensive to the offensive against capitalism, steering toward the organization of a mass political strike. Unity and struggle. An injury to one is an injury to all. Death to white supremacy and death to fascism.
When I say people, you say power. People, people, people. When I say people, you say power. People, people, people. What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it?
I want to invite our leader from the UFCW, Mark Ramos, for Local 1428.
Hello, LA! Look, we're here today to tell Donald Trump this shit stops today. This is LA County, and if you want to fight, you gotta fight, because what did my mama always tell me? Mark, don't start a fight, but you better damn well finish it. Donald Trump coming here and attacking our community. Look, those of us who've been here a long time, we know since the Bracero program, this ain't new, but we're going to make sure it don't happen no more. We're going to march, we're going to yell, we're going to scream, we're going to protest peacefully, and we're going to make our voices heard, right? Let me hear you. When I say union, you say power. Union!
Power!
Union!
Power!
Let's take back our community and tell Donald Trump it's time to get the hell out because this is a union county. Thank you!
All right, brothers and sisters, we have a lot of elected officials here today with us. I'm going to go with Santa Ana Councilwoman Jessie Lopez, LA Council President Harris Dawson, Councilman Adrian Azarian, Assemblywoman Celeste Rodriguez, LAUSD Board Member Kelly Gomez, Latino Caucus Chair Gonzalez, State Senator Sacha Rene Perez, LAUSD School Member Rocio Rivas, San Gabriel Councilman Jorge Herrera Avila, LA County Assessor Jeff Prang, Councilwoman Heather Hutt, Long Beach Mayor Rex Richardson is with us, LA County Supervisor Solis, Horvat, Han are here with us today, Councilwoman Padilla, Carajay Vice Mayor Cynthia Gonzalez, Councilwoman Eunice Hernandez, Councilman Hugo Soto Martinez, State Senator Maria Elena Durazo, State Senator Caroline Menjivar, Assemblyman Isaac Bryan, Congressman Jimmy Gomez, Board of Equalization Antonio Vasquez, Culver City Councilwoman Imani McNish, Congresswoman Sidney Camelito, LA Community College District First Vice President Sara Hernandez, Culver City Council Member Bubba Fish, Chelsea Byers, John Eric Stern from West Hollywood, Congressman Gil Cisneros, State Senator Lola Smallwood Cuevas, Assemblyman John Radian, and Assemblywoman Jessica Loza, and all the elected leaders who are here today. And Isabel Jurado is here today, as well as Assemblymember Gibson. I have the President of the CTA, and Councilwoman Nitya Raman, but CTA is in the house today. Give it up for the elected officials who are here with us. And I want to thank our brother.
I'm David Goldberg, President of CTA, California Teachers Association, 300,000 members across the state. I want to let you know that we stand with you. But I want to talk to us as labor as well. That this is a moment where we don't just come protest, but we actually need to lead. There are people all about this movement right now. We have clergy in front of the detention center right now. Clergy, rabbis, priests, imams standing with immigrants right now. But we have a special role as workers. We have the power that no one else has. But we have to follow the model that David made for us and put our lives on the line. We have to develop infrastructure so that all of our work sites become places where we can stand up for workers in a moment's attention. Soy el maestro de los CTA, the California Teachers Association. Y mis únicas palabras que quiero decir hoy es que los maestros luchando también están enseñando. That our struggle as educators, like all workers now, is to show our students and our young people what it means to stand up to them, for them, and we're ready to do this, and we're building the infrastructure to do that. So I look forward to being in this struggle with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, CTA. El maestro luchando también está enseñando. I want to invite all of our SEIU presidents who are here today. I know we got to speak and we got to speak loud, but we also have to make sure that we go home peacefully today. All of our SEIU presidents are here today. President from SEIU 521, Rico Mendez. Rico.
How's everybody feeling today? I'm here representing the entire Bay Area and Central Valley. I'm going to kick it to our brother Max Arias that's going to speak on behalf of all of SEIU State Council.
When we fight! When we fight!
We win!
We're here representing 700,000 workers in the state of California. Essential workers. Workers that make California what California is. Brother Huerta represented that spirit. The spirit of solidarity. The spirit of workers. He always fought for workers for 20 years. Right? We demand his immediate release. We demand an end to terror tactics. We demand the immediate release of everybody that was there. You know, we do have power. Workers, we are non-violent. We do not have weapons, but we are armed with our power. Our power is our labor. Building skyscrapers, cleaning, feeding children, ensuring children are taught, ensuring that seniors and people with disabilities have care, etc. That is our power. And we must exercise our power, and we must demand better. This is about accountability. This is not just about defense, but to defend ourselves, we need to be for something. And I know David Huerta used to say that too. So we have to be for something, and all of us here are ready to keep organizing in solidarity with everybody here until we achieve that just society. And anybody that's in the way better get out of the way. Because when we fight, we
Fight!
We win!
Thank you. Give it up for Max Arias, everybody, Local 99. We're going to do a quick conversation really fast from our local leaders. I'm going to pass it on to Arnulfo de la Cruz.
Los Ángeles presente! When I say David Huerta, you say presente. David Huerta! Presente! David Huerta! Presente! On behalf of the 500,000 long-term care workers in California, today I come not just as a union leader, but a friend. Because David is a son. David is a father. David deserves to be home with his family right now. But also knowing David, he would probably prefer to be here instead with us. And he would be the first to say, it's not just about him. It's about the way that we treat people with dignity and respect. So on behalf of SEIU 2015, we demand for the immediate release of David Huerta. Let's keep getting it, Los Angeles. We got his back just like he has ours. Si se puede. And now I'm going to turn it over to the president of SEIU 10-1 in the Bay Area, Teresa Rutherford.
All right. When communities are under attack, what do you do?
Stand up, fight back.
What do you do? Stand up, fight back. We are a community of immigrants. This country is a country of immigrants, and we're proud of that. We built this country. We're going to fight for this country. We are going to fight for David Huerta, who has fought for this country and who has ensured that all workers have dignity. That's what labor stands for. That's what we will do. We will not back down. We will not be afraid. When we fight! When we fight! Thank you. Passing it on to...
Sorry. Hey everyone, Catherine Hutchison, President of California State University Employees Union. CSU's in the house. The CSU system's in the house. So we at CSU will not stand by while our allies are criminalized. We demand David Huerta's immediate release. We demand an end to unjust ICE detentions and stop the militarization of our communities. And we demand dignity and due process for every immigrant worker who makes this country run. David, if you can hear us, we've got your back, and we will not be silent. Now I'm going to pass it to Crystal Irving, President of SIU Local 221.
Hey, family! My name is Crystal Irving, so proud to represent SEIU Local 221 down in San Diego. But y'all need to know that LA is the city that made me. I am born and raised LA, so I'm so happy to be here in solidarity with you all. I want to spend my time with you all just a little differently. I want to remind you all that in these moments, it is incumbent on us to make sure that we are taking care of ourselves, and not just ourselves, but each other. So I want you to look at your neighbor and tell them, I got you, and you got me. And then I'm going to ask you to do one more thing. I want everybody to take one deep, deep collective breath with me. Y'all ready? Inhale. Let me hear you sigh it out. You guys, our breath is our power. Our breath is where we build solidarity. And you have my commitment that as long as we have breath in our body, we are going to fight this, and we are going to fight this together. Free Huerta now. I want to pass it over to Dr. Taylor.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Do that again. Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you guys so much. My name is Dr. Taylor Walker. I am a board-certified family medicine physician and the national president of the Committee of Interns and Residents. Woo! Y'all, we are the largest doctors union in the United States with 40,000 members across the country. I want to ask y'all something. How often do you see your doctor standing up on a stage at a rally surrounded by these incredible labor leaders? How often? Ever? Y'all get ready to see this a whole lot more, because let me tell you, we are done with Trump's racist bullshit. The doctors know for sure that our healthcare system runs on immigrants, and without the immigrants, like the amazing home health workers who took care of my mom for 7.5 years when she was dying of ALS,
Without those people, our healthcare system doesn't work. I am so proud and honored to be president of SEIU, and I am here to call for the release, immediate release, of my union brother, fellow SEIU president, David Huerta. As a fellow SEIU union president, I am here to commit that all 40,000 doctors from coast to coast are ready to stand shoulder to shoulder with every single one of you and every person on this stage until David and all of the other people who are unjustly detained are released from ICE's detention. So like I said, your doctors, all your healthcare workers, we're done with this bullshit. And I know that we will win, and I want you to tell me what happens when we fight. What happens when we fight? The people united will never be divided. Say it with me. The people united will never be divided. The people united will never be divided. Thank you guys so much.
¿Se puede? ¿Se puede? My name is Margarita Berta Avila. I'm representing 29,000 faculty from the California Faculty Association. And we are here today to demand that David Huerta be free, as well as that I stay out of California.
As the program closes,
we are setting this demand, and we are answering the call to organize. We are all part of a labor movement, and we are the front line, because our communities, our families are not human collateral, and nor will we allow them to be. With this, we know what this is about, and we are committed to this movement to make it all known that we are demanding the necessary humanity to live a quality of life, free from fear, free from harassment and hostility. We will not stand for 4547, because I will not say his name. Racist, xenophobic, fear-mongering, sexist, toxic masculinity, misogynistic, homophobic, and transphobic actions and policies. And as David Huerta would say, this is bigger than him. This is about the young boy in Torrance who got picked up with his father. This is about all the CSU students across the state. This is about them. And when our future generations ask us, what did we do? We will say, we are right here, and we stood up and fought back. Because when we fight, when we fight, when we fight, we win.
It's labor in the house! I didn't hear you, it's labor in the house! My name is Samboya Wright. I'm representing SEIU Local 721. We represent over 100,000 public sector employees in Southern California. And we want a message to say, David, what do we have your back? David is my brother. He's just not a union president. He is my brother. He has set the standard when it comes to the labor movement. He has set the standard when it comes to SEIU to show that SEIU is not just a union representing members, but we are a social and economic justice union. We fight for the communities that we serve. And that's why we're here, united as one. Because when we fight, I didn't hear you, I said when we fight, let's go!
Thank you very much, everyone. It's a beautiful thing to see, to stand up here and see all of your amazing, beautiful tapestry of culture and language and solidarity. Give it up for yourselves right now in this moment for being here on the right side of history. My name is Rico Mendez. I'm the Chief Elected Officer of SEIU 521, and I'm here representing the Bay Area and the Central Valley, Fresno, Bakersfield, Tulare, San Francisco, San Jose. We want LA to know that we stand with you, with all of you. We are a family, and we're not going to give up until ICE leaves LA. And if they come to the Bay, we're going to be ready for them. From Crescent City in the Portland border, all the way in Oregon, all the way down to San Diego. California's going to stand together. Everybody should own it is right to be angry. It is right to resist. Cuando luchamos, ganamos. Cuando luchamos, when we fight, we win. Let's go get it, y'all.
Thank you to all of our SEIU presidents who are here today. We are living in peace. These are difficult times for our country, but we need to be ready to fight back tomorrow. And we are coming here to send a clear message that this was a peaceful rally. We will be dismissed peacefully. And we are asking everyone to please go towards Grand and exit in that direction. We are done for today, brothers and sisters, but before we dismiss, I want to hear it loud. Sí se puede! 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 Free Huerta now! 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 Thank you to the labor movement. Thank you. Please, if you are leaving, please, and we need everyone to clear the park and exit towards Grand and do it in an organized and peaceful way. Please use the sidewalks. If you are with USWW or SEIU 721, the buses are waiting to my left on Hill. If you are on USWW 721, we are on Hill. Si están con USWW o el local 721, los autobuses están sobre la calle Hill a mi izquierda. Gracias, compañeros y compañeras. Buenas tardes.
Por favor de recoger su basura. Si hay basura, please pick up after yourself. If there's any trash, please pick it up after yourself.
If you've lost a set of keys, please come to the front. If you are part of the media and you've lost a set of keys,
Oh, okay. Okay.
La opinión. El de vivienda nos sacó en portada, ¿verdad?
Sí, no, por eso que muchas preguntas.
Siempre.
other areas in downtown, but for the most part, it's been the downtown area.
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Checkity check 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2.
everybody wanted to come and watch this thing, even the lawyers decided to go.
Wherever they want. Okay. Oh, we need more.
No sé, hermano, a mí yo estoy pagando la foto.
Khalid, did you do that?
I didn't drop it.
Did someone drop that?
Can you raise it again? There's a base. Yeah, there you go. No, not that. Just pull the legs up.
Pull the legs up.
Yeah, push them down. There you go. And then the hook on that bottom base is tight. Yeah, now, there you go. You're not that tall.
What?
That's too tall.
tell Jones? You want it down a little bit? Loosen that one and let it down. Yeah. I thought maybe he was in a wheelchair or something and everybody...
Frank, you got another cable? Is that it? I was going to move back just a little bit if the family or somebody come with them. That's good. I'm cool.
That's probably good.
All right. Yep.
Right here. Sure. Boom.
Go to the mic?
Yeah. About 5 minutes.
It's coming down? Okay, good.
Yes.
Going lower and lower, and I still have to...
Testing, test. Good.
Bueno, 1, 2, 3 y probando, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, bueno, probando, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, probando, sí, bueno, hello, good.
everybody's cheating. They're right outside the entrance. There's a whole scrum right outside the entrance.
Ted, it's federal property. We're not allowed.
Well, half of us are there. Well, they're doing it there too.
You're doing a press conference up there?
Yeah, with
She
the
said
scrum
she's
of
going to
people.
bring him to the mic, so we're all following the rules.
They're not over there.
Yeah, well, what's up there? About that?
Univision's up there. I don't know who else. There's a scrum up there. There's a smaller scrum. I'm gonna try, but he's doing a thing up there.
Nothing will be resolved. We need to be able to have our movement needs to be one of nonviolence. Our movement needs to be one that we hold each other accountable to creating heaven on earth. To doing and creating and imagining something better. And so I stand here in community with everyone, and for me, we need to make sure that we fight for the most vulnerable among us. I don't know what journey, I don't know what they have in store for me. I imagine at this point in time, I am their project, and they're going to put me as their example of what happened. But I'm prepared to take on that journey, and I'm prepared for things that you should keep in your head.
Hey, homie, come on now. You know, yeah, but come on, I need to put this up. No, you took it over there earlier, bro. I'm not going to keep moving. I want to hear what you got to say.
And I know that when we organize, we win. That's what we do. And so I just want to And I also want to tell my members of the USWW to think about them the whole weekend and just, you know, the hardest thing sometimes is to hold it up. Be when you know people's lives are in the balance.
David, ¿qué nos puedes decir en español?
Can you put the GoPro down, please? And I just want to tell my members of USWW that I hope, I don't know if the right word is forgiveness, that it was not my intention to be arrested. That I hope that I have not put them in harm's way. Do you think you were targeted?
¡Se puede! ¡Sí se
Quiero decirles a todos de esta gran ciudad de Los Ángeles y todos que están escuchando en este país, especialmente la comunidad inmigrante, que no están solos, que esta lucha es de nuestra comunidad, pero es de todos nosotros. No deja que la comunidad inmigrante lucha por ellos mismos, todos tenemos que luchar por ellos. Quiero decir ver lo que dije en inglés. Quiero darle gracias a la alcaldesa Mayor Bass, que me vino a visitar antes de irme a la detención. Quiero decir gracias también al senador Schiff, que estuvo aquí hoy día. Darles gracias a toda mi familia y mi esposa que está aquí. Mi hija, todos. Y quiero decirles que los hombres que están ahí en 5 South, ellos tienen historias, ellos son personas que la verdad se sienten abandonados, se sienten solos. Y hay historias como Luis, que está ya 37 años encarcelado por un error que hizo 17 años. Le dieron 3 vidas en cárcel. Él va a salir un día. Espero que el día sale, que yo le voy a ayudar para que él también pueda recuperar lo que sobra de su vida. Pero también tenemos personas de México, de El Salvador, que dejaron hijos. Tengo uno de mis compañeros allá, y digo compañeros porque son José Carlos Orellana, que la tristeza más grande que él tiene por su hija. Habló con su hija hace un par de días. Su hija dijo: papá, te tuve que dormir día y noche. Todo estoy durmiendo ya contigo. Y la única forma que me duermo es que tengo que llorar sola cada noche. Porque él cada noche dice que lo más que le hace falta es que él cada noche iba a poner en su cama, le decía, dio la bendición y todo para que ella siempre, nunca necesitaba de su papá. Y ahora ya tiene más de 3 meses con su papá. Es un drill operator, es un trabajador especial. Su compañía que él trabaja le aprecia mucho. Y él tiene temor. Él se fue de El Salvador hace 18 años, a la edad de 18. Y el temor que él tiene, él se fue de El Salvador tratando de evitar ser reclutado por las pandillas de El Salvador o ser matado por las mismas pandillas. Ahora, I just did it in English earlier. el temor es que ahora él va a regresar, que va a ser deportado a El Salvador, y que por el tatuaje que él tiene de la Virgen Guadalupe en su pecho, que él va a ser considerado un criminal y que él va a estar en la misma cárcel que Bukele ha puesto toda la juventud y todos los deportados.
David, can you explain how you were treated?
I need to finish this in Spanish, brother. Carlos Segura, que llegó aquí 2 semanas de edad, que nunca ha conocido ningún otro país que este país. La última vez que fue deportado, le apuñalaron en Tijuana. No hable bien el idioma de español. Él también tiene temor que va a regresar a un país que él no conoce y que no va a poder aguantar. Todos sus hermanos son americanos, sus padres ya tienen papeles, él es el único que no ha podido tener sus papeles. Neftalí, que es de Guerrero, México, él tiene el temor de también regresar a México. Y me dijo, si él regresa lo van a reclutar a los carteles porque ahorita está muy peligroso en Guerrero. Y dice, él no quiere matar y no quiere ser matado. Esas son las historias de muchos, de que son padres que están dejando niños en casa. Las madres también con ese miedo que uno no va a regresar sus esposos o que un día les va a regresar el mismo. Operación de deportación, por lo cual que están allí en el 5 Sur.
David, ¿tuviste miedo por tu vida?
Yo creo que tenemos que, una responsabilidad nuestra, que nosotros tenemos que organizarnos. Tenemos que organizar nuestra comunidad amplio, no estoy hablando solo latino, estoy hablando africano-americano, estoy hablando americano, estoy hablando... Porque allá arriba hay de todo, razas, no solo latino, armenio, asiático, hasta francés, hay de todo. Y creo que todos... Podemos cambiar lo que está pasando, pero nosotros tenemos que organizar. Y quiero ser claro, compañeros, esto no va a cambiar con violencia. La única forma de hacer cambio es sin violencia. Tenemos que recordarnos de lo que hizo Dr. Martin Luther King, lo que hizo Gandhi, lo que hizo César Chávez. Personas grandes, héroes, luchadores, Madre Teresa, Dolores Huerta. Ellos lidiaron con su corazón, ellos lidiaron con una disciplina de organizarse, ponerse enfrente, cara a cara con los que quieren hacernos daño y organizar en contra de ese daño que nos quieren hacer. Lo podemos hacer, compañeros y compañeras.
David, ¿tuviste miedo por tu vida? ¿Pensaste que ellos te iban a utilizar a ti como ejemplo?
Voy a dejar eso aquí por un momento, compañeros. La verdad, quiero ir con mi familia. Quiero comer algo saludable. Quiero bañarme y quiero decir algo, compañeros, algo últimamente. Este día de corte casi no lo pudimos hacer. Anoche subimos en lockdown desde 12 de la mediodía hasta hoy en la mañana, 6 de la mañana. No pudimos salir de nuestros cells.
English real quick.
It was, so I just want to say that when we're here and there's protests outside, that means in there, they're in lockdown right now. They're in lockdown. They cannot come out of their cells. Not even to eat. They cannot come out.
Who's they?
The detainees. They cannot come out. So while this is happening, they cannot come out. there's also the risk they also cannot see their lawyers. And to a certain extent, they cannot also do court hearings that are so important. Because had I not had my court hearing today, I not would be standing here today. We will have our time for justice, but we must do it in a way that we demonstrate the power of working people across this country and stand united against.
You did it. Let's keep going.
Thanks very much. Find the cables.
All right. So I'm going to.
Okay, one of these is ours.
little bit early right now. ¿Dónde quieres salir en vivo? Yo quiero buscar algo después. Ok, comida.
cables necesitas que se descarguen.
That way, I go click, step back, that might stop.
I worked Asian. I did. I worked You were the. You were. Oh, no. Yeah. Down there. You can tell when it was different. One of our guards back here.
Hey, did you ask him?
Really?
Edgar, did you ask how long will be the press conference?
Creo que
Or how long they think will be the press conference?
Called me at 8 o'clock to replace him, and I go, nope. And that's Allied, right? No. Oh, that's Star. I don't really know him. He's got a super long Italian last name. Wow. I don't remember seeing him. He was with
About 20, 25 minutes.
Okay.
They wanted 40, they wanted 40, I said 40. And I said, we need to get this in for the 5. And they said, okay, you cut it down to 20, 25 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's what they did.
Oh, I think that was starting to
No. Yeah.
You think this is going to start in 10 minutes?
Well,
I know. Edgar's coordinated all.
No,
He's shortened it down.
Yeah. Hey, hold on. Hey.
Good, you should have me up on instant more.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, check. 1, 2, 3, check. 1, 2, 3, check. Looking good? Looking good? Okay, beautiful. Any 1, 2, 3?
No problem.
1, 2, 3.
Eddie,
1, 2, 3.
Edgar's doing a mic
So
check
we're good, right?
now.
We're good? Okay, thank you. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Edwin, 1, 2, 3, check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, check. Is that Eddie in the control room?
Okay, Eddie, during it I'm going to switch over.
1, 2, 3. Are we okay, guys?
Live shot, mic check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. We're good?
Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Edwin? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, Eddie, I'm just switching mics from I got 2 different mics up and ready to go, so. Thank you, Eddie.
I had a free kid. I made some free kids. I landed on the board. I made it free. No, just a back tire. And
trying to back up so I can get a little wider shot.
I was there.
You know, I think if you put it over here, you get closer. Yeah, just if you want it. Okay. That's okay. Thank you. Yeah, we're right here.
Just put it in your lap, like I did. I did my job. I told them to put it down here.
Well, it's not really up. No, right there, because no. I'll make double sure. Sí, apenas estamos llegando a la conexión. Estamos 1, 2, 3, 4. Están aquí en el frente que van a hablar. No, sí, que van a hablar. Van a hablar. Aquí, and a few minutes back, so the what's going to happen?
That's going to be a mess. And then we have a 4 and 5. We're going to move back over.
This mic cable. This one is the mic right here.
Hey guys, we're going to knock out our 5 real quick, and then we'll come on back in. Wherever, pick up some of this. We can pick up a little bit, and then we got to get back to 4 5.
We got a 430. Just so you know. Oh, yeah, 6, 7. Yes.
35, 4, 5, 6, 7.
You look better than me. Do you want to sync up your mic instead since you have the long cord? Okay, yeah.
Right. Actually, Rick was long. Really quick, so you'll take this mic? You'll take this mic, I'll flip these down and just get it on the shoulder. Okay. That way I can come back in quick, throw the mic on. That's yours?
So I don't really do anything.
This is yours, right?
Yeah. I just kind of have to watch you.
Right. Hannah called me, so 24/7 have stuff in the beginning or like,
Yeah.
so you guys can pick up items or stuff like that.
Also, it depends when it starts, right?
Yeah.
You can't force them to start on the dot.
You have to move the speaker the other way, otherwise we'll be mixing up with the audio.
It's not well ordered.
Oh, perfect.
I'm going to put the mics closer, guys.
We're not going to be able to hear you guys. We're not going to be able to hear you guys.
This is the same.
Yeah, but
the mics are farther.
You guys be...
Oh, you have to talk really loud.
Why don't we
If you put the speaker, not like this.
why don't we put the
No, don't bring it up because we'll be everybody's face.
You could either have them on the podium or.
If you have them in front,
Do you want them to the side?
in front of the
Or however you want.
No, wait. We got cable.
There we go.
That's great, right?
Yeah.
Here. And then this one on the other side?
Yep. No, this one I'll just put
Oh,
this
yeah,
one.
perfect.
Hey, you're closer. Can you twist it? Just twist the top. There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
There we go. Edgar, Joe, Ortiz.
It's just if you guys could speak louder, you know.
You know what? Here, let me do this. There we go. Here, خلاص. No, مش مشكلة. إيمة.
If you loosen that nut on yours, it'll that pole will come up and you'll sit flat. Yo, great. Where you can use it if you want.
Oh, yeah, I can hold them in your bed.
Muhammad, I'm gonna leave yours in here. Actually, we can put them in here. Well, you might not.
Hang on to yours.
Yeah.
That actually goes great with my outfit.
Yes. Perfect. Yes. So very nice.
No, I am.
There you go. You want to hear?
All right, folks, we're going to go ahead and get started. If folks want to come up on the steps, join us in the back. Join us up here on the steps. Don't be shy. Let's show our power.
Thank you.
Hey, are you rolling on my camera?
Let me hear you, San Francisco.
So my name is Mohammed Sheikh. I'm the organizing director at the Arab Resource and Organizing Center. On June 4th, Trump issued an executive order to implement full travel bans and extreme visa restrictions from a total of 19 countries. All countries impacted by this order, with the exception of 4, are either Arab, majority Muslim, or in Africa. The announcement of the travel ban was followed by a severe and brutal escalation of attacks on immigrant communities in Los Angeles, where masked and heavily armed federal law enforcement agents violently raided entire neighborhoods and detained and deported dozens of community members. So, a dozen organizations and many more across our networks have come together today to condemn this brutal attack on our communities, to condemn this racist travel ban, to respond strongly and to vow powerfully that we will resist and we will protect our communities in the face of this brutal escalation. So I'm going to bring up our first speaker, Lara Kiswani, who is the Executive Director of the Arab Resource and Organizing Center.
Good afternoon, everybody. I wish we were here under different circumstances. The hard truth is, what we are experiencing over this last week and several months are Trump actually fulfilling on his campaign promises. Everything we've seen, he said he would do. And our work today requires us to be prepared as communities to respond and protect one another. And we've seen that happen time and time again already. Trump promised to attack immigrant students, human rights defenders who spoke out against genocide. And before we knew it, he was kidnapping immigrant students off of streets and in their homes. Trump promised to attack immigrants across this country in sanctuary cities, kidnapping them from their workplaces. And before we knew it, he had started to do that already. Trump promised to insert a travel ban to attack and target particular countries, most of whom have antagonistic relationships with his foreign policy. And he has committed to doing that and just did. And each time our community stood together, labor, faith, community, workers, elected leaders have all vowed to say, we will not allow this to happen in our backyards. We will do everything we can to stop this, just like we did in 2017. I want to remind people that in 2017, Trump issued the Muslim ban and implemented it, and before we knew it, our families were being detained at SFO and across airports across this country, and we showed up in the masses. 10,000 people shut down San Francisco International Airport. And we did so until our families were freed. We are here to say that no matter where, no matter how, Trump and his administration targets any vulnerable community, we will show up. We will resist. And we will call on our elected leaders to continue to join us and make good on their own promises, and to ensure that we're able to do so free of state repression, that we're able to protest and meet this moment the way it requires us all to do, as history has shown us. We are only as safe as the most vulnerable amongst us. In San Francisco, we'll do what it has always done, is protect and defend all vulnerable communities and all working people of this city. Thank you.
Next up, we have Supervisor Bilal Mahmoud of District 5.
San Francisco, I would say good afternoon, but there's little good about what we are experiencing today. What we're experiencing is not good, but fear. fear from the highest office in our country looking to intimidate us. But we're here today to say we are not afraid, we are fighting back. I'm Supervisor Bilal Mahmoud, representing the Tenderloin, a community of immigrants and refugees, a community of Arab, Latin, and Asian children, families, and seniors, a community that has been thriving here for decades, that built this city. When I took my oath of office earlier this year, I took an oath to protect this community, to protect and defend the Constitution and this community from all enemies, foreign and domestic. And today what we're seeing is an administration of tyranny with no respect for our laws, our people, or what it means to be an American. Because with the new travel ban, with the language that they use to describe our hardworking immigrants, they are seeking to divide us. They are seeking to other us. With the federalization of our National Guard, they are seeking to intimidate us and to scare us. We've seen this before, and we know that the abuses will not stop. I'm the proud son of Muslim immigrants. I'm a recipient of birthright citizenship. I am an American. So I know that this travel ban personally affects me, and I know how it affects our community, how it affects every single one of our loved ones in San Francisco. And so today, I'm speaking directly to our federal government. Donald Trump, you are a coward. You are a wannabe king anchored in hatred. And if you're thinking of targeting a single one of my residents in District 5, the families, the children, or the seniors, you're going to have to come through me first. And I'm going to make it easy for you. 50 Jones Street, San Francisco, California, 94102. That's my address. If you have a bone to pick with our people, I'm right here. This isn't just talk, we're taking action. Tomorrow at the Board of Supervisors, my office will introduce legislation to fully support our right to protest. Because no one in San Francisco should have to face fear of us expressing their First Amendment rights. Later this week, I will work in close partnership with the Public Defender's Office to expand their Immigrant Defense Unit. And this is just the beginning. I will close by acknowledging again that this will be a long fight, one that we can only win together. On the way to City Hall this morning, I stopped by my neighborhood cafe in the Tenderloin, run for over 30 years by an immigrant. As I left, she gave me this jade bracelet this morning, and she told me, "This is for your protection." I'm here to tell her and everyone here that I have your back. We are here as a city to protect you as you protect us. And we will fight like hell to make sure every one of you has your fundamental rights of protected of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Because that is what it means to be an American.
All right, next up I want to bring up April Newman, who is the Removal Defense Manager with the California Collaborative for Immigrant Justice. Give it up.
Thank you. As Mohammed said, I'm April Newman. I work with the California Collaborative for Immigrant Justice. And we represent and organize alongside detained and incarcerated immigrants to fight for an end to ICE detention, building power towards liberation. What is happening today goes far beyond completely disregarding and undermining our rights to due process. Today's travel ban is part of a campaign of terror against immigrants. In the past few weeks, we have seen this campaign include nationwide coordination of ICE arresting people at their check-in appointments and at their immigration hearings, abruptly bypassing the legal system. People are going to these appointments and to their hearings to comply with the legal requirements to seek immigration relief. They are taking the steps that the government asks, and nonetheless, ICE is interrupting immigration processes, showing up, and kidnapping our community members. ICE is disappearing people into detention centers where they are held in horrible conditions, in overcrowded facilities that are rife with abuse and retaliation for anyone who stands up for their human rights. Who is overrepresented in jails and prisons? Black people, indigenous folks, people of color. Who is overrepresented in ICE detention? Again, our black and brown siblings. Who is making money hand over fist from incarceration? Private corporations with the backing of criminalizing and dehumanizing government policies and practices. ICE contracts with private prison corporations to operate about 90% of its detention centers. All the ICE detention centers in California are privately run or owned and operated by these private prison corporations. These corporations, alongside the ones who provide expired and moldy food, overpriced commissary items, exorbitantly priced communications of phone calls and emails, are all profiting from caging humans. We say no. We prioritize people over profit. We will not stand by while ICE terrorizes our communities with illegal arrests and raids and tries to restrict our movement with racist travel bans. We must counter fear with solidarity. Our community is organized and ready to defend ourselves and each other. We have volunteers welcoming and accompanying people to their immigration hearings. Community members are keeping watch on immigration courts and on ICE conduct inside and outside the courtrooms. Folks are accompanying individuals and families to their ICE check-ins. Volunteer attorneys are present for immigration hearings. We have rapid response hotlines throughout the Bay Area, the state, and the country to respond to ICE in our communities. Our community presence in the courts in Concord and San Francisco has been powerful. Since we've mobilized community members and organizations, and since the press conference where we said ICE out of the courts, they have arrested only one person in our local courts. That's right. Coming together and organizing works. It is our only way out. To be clear, ICE did arrest people at their ICE check-ins last week, but only one person at an immigration court hearing locally. To our immigrant siblings, we want to say, we as a legal community of lawyers and other advocates are here to support you. You are not alone. We stand and fight alongside you for your right to due process, for your right to seek immigration protection, and for your rights under the U.S. Constitution. Community organizations like ours are doing everything we can to be here to support you. Reach out to local immigration legal services for support. We can connect people with legal services, and including emergency legal consultations and possible representation if they're arrested by ICE. In Concord, for example, we have the Legal Empowerment Initiative program on site to support folks at that court. Our message to people who want to stand in solidarity with immigrants: power, not panic. We mobilize to inform and accompany targeted communities. Join us. Support and join local rapid response networks, court watch efforts, and accompaniment programs. We must stand in solidarity with our immigrant neighbors. If we allow the government to take away people's right to due process, we all are at risk. We denounce the travel ban, ICE raids, detention, and deportation. We organize as community to protect one another. When immigrant rights are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up! Fight back!
Thank you.
I want to now introduce Supervisor Jackie Fielder.
Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. First off, I want to send my deepest appreciation to every single organizer working in the rapid response line who is taking thousands of calls this whole year and before, making sure our communities stay informed, protected, and never alone. I want to thank the hundreds of lawyers working around the clock to free people from unlawful detentions. And I also want to thank the protesters from LA to here in San Francisco, because when the government turns on its own people, it is up to the people to keep the government in check. When the government turns on its own people, it's not just a crisis, but a call. It's a call for people to rise up, to hold power accountable, and to remind the government who it really works for. San Francisco, we are here today because we are seeing a renewed attack on our communities by the Trump administration. A racist travel ban, ICE raids and deportations targeting Arab, Black, Latinx, and Southeast Asian communities across the country, in Los Angeles, and here at home in San Francisco. These are not isolated actions. They are part of a coordinated effort to criminalize, isolate, and silence us. And silence people of color in particular. The people that Trump is disappearing are not criminals. They are mothers, fathers, and here in San Francisco, just last week, toddlers. They are people like the president of SEIU, California, David Huerta, who was violently attacked and injured as he was being arrested by ICE simply for observing the protests. And he was just released like an hour ago. This is not normal. Do not believe the lie or foment the lie that ICE is here to promote public safety. They have shown their true colors. These attacks on our communities only promote racism, hatred, and violence. And this follows the same playbook we saw during Trump's first term, only now it's been sharpened and expanded with broader targets and even more dangerous consequences. They want to demonize Black, brown, immigrant, and trans people. We see this as the federal government recklessly escalates the situation by sending in the National Guard and now the Marines, our own military, our own people. It was the National Guard that incited violent protests by arresting peaceful protesters as people just making good trouble. But we have fought this before, and we have to fight it again. As a sanctuary city, San Francisco will not stand for ICE in our communities. Here we defend people's rights to due process. We fight back when our neighbors are under attack. We don't cooperate with ICE to break up families who have done nothing wrong and are simply trying to survive. ICE is not welcome here to sow chaos. Now more than ever, we need our city leaders to do more. They must take action to keep our communities safe and united. I've called on the mayor and my colleagues to be more vocal in their support of our immigrant community, to increase funding for legal support and legal counsel and the rapid response line, which have all been so severely underfunded for years, and defend us San Franciscans against ICE's unlawful tactics, and of course uphold our sanctuary laws. But this fight goes beyond City Hall. All of us across race, religion, class must stand in solidarity, protect our neighbors, and resist repression together. And so I stand with those facing down ICE, now military in LA, and with every protester and protector here in San Francisco. Two cities, one struggle for justice, dignity, and a better future. I am here with you. Thank you so much for coming. It really matters.
Up next is Artie Kohli, the Executive Director of the Asian Law Caucus.
Oh, over here. Okay, thank you. Yesterday, we watched the National Guard troops with batons and rifles deploy on the streets of Los Angeles to support ICE raids. Today, a sweeping travel ban targeting 19 countries takes effect. This is what authoritarianism and racism looks like. As the great-granddaughter of an Indian immigrant who lived through the Asian Exclusion Act, I know how our government has repeatedly used national security to justify discriminatory policies. During World War II, under the Alien Enemies Act, the U.S. used false claims to round up and incarcerate entire Japanese American communities, including many communities in San Francisco. In recent years, Chinese scholars, students, researchers, and everyday people seeking to put down roots have experienced this targeting. Today, we're seeing this same playbook expanded. This ban weaponizes our visa system. Applications from 12 countries will be automatically rejected unless families can prove they qualify for narrow exemptions. 7 additional countries face severe restrictions. The ban impacts virtually everyone except a few close relatives of U.S. citizens who can meet extremely narrow requirements. The administration claims each country poses unique security risks, but the pattern is clear. Most targeted nations are Muslim majority or have predominantly black and brown populations. This is white supremacy and collective punishment disguised as policy. When Trump's first ban went to the Supreme Court, a majority of the justices said presidents have enormous power over immigration, especially when they claim national security, even though lower courts found clear evidence of discrimination. That Supreme Court decision makes our legal fight today much harder. At the Asian Law Caucus, we're already hearing from Afghan families whose relatives were waiting to move here and flee the Taliban regime. Chinese visitors turned away after landing at SFO. An Iranian student stranded in another country's airport after not being able to board a plane to the U.S. They're the family members of translators who helped American soldiers, students accepted to our universities, and parents trying to reach their children. Where possible, we will continue to look for avenues to legally challenge the implementation of this ban. Last time, we were able to demonstrate that the waiver provision was a sham. And this time, we will continue to monitor and support families seeking waivers. But let's be clear. The real solution is political and in our collective power. You may not know anyone from an impacted country, but you should care. History has shown us what happens when presidential powers are dangerously expanded in the name of national security. When any president can target vast communities, revoke visas for student activists and detain them, and deploy military force against civilians, especially based on claims of security threats. And that's what we saw yesterday in LA. When all of that happens, no one is safe. Today, it's these 19 countries. Tomorrow, it could be your community, your neighborhood, the place you consider home. We're angry, and we should be. But we need to turn these negative feelings into positive action. And peaceful, and I cannot say this enough, peaceful protests. You know why? Because they are waiting. They're waiting for excuses. They will be planting agitators in these crowds to foment violence. Do not walk into their hands. I'm here today, and we're all here today, and I'm a lawyer because we know the courts alone will not save us. We need people everywhere to speak up and demand that Congress pass the No Ban Act. There is a bill, actually, that will target this policy. And we have to remind ourselves, we all have a history. Our families survived discrimination before. My great-grandfather lived through many, many moments of harm. We will survive this too, so long as we don't let them divide us. So let's fight this together, San Francisco.
All right. I know some of the media might have to start dipping to make your next broadcast, so feel free. But we're going to continue this as a strong, powerful community rally. All right, next up, I want to bring up Supervisor Shaman Walton of District 10.
We have a moral obligation to disobey unjust laws. If we did not do that in this country, I would still be a slave. The systematic oppression that is taking place now in the U.S. to remove our constitutional rights to assemble, to protest, to fight against immoral and unjust rules and policies is put in place to tear us apart and to promote fear in everyone. But San Francisco has always stood against injustice. San Francisco has always supported all people. So the pockets of folks that are now promoting fascism, promoting tyranny, promoting fear, using scare tactics in our community, think that we don't have tools to fight. But we most certainly do have tools to fight. Obviously, we continue to fight in the courtroom, and even when we win those battles, the executive of this country is ignoring. We also have the fact that over $80 billion of tax money from California goes to the federal government. So we need to start focusing on policies that also hit this administration in the pocketbook. But arbitrary bans on communities and people who have done no harm to our country, who have done no harm to our localities, is never an answer. So we're going to continue to fight in unity. You see, I have colleagues here from the Board of Supervisors. We have so many folks represented in community because we will not stand for this tyranny and injustice that is happening across this country. Across this country. We see the attacks on protesters in LA. We see that it hit our very own home yesterday. But we will continue to stand together in unity against this division that is trying to bring people of color, all races, all creeds, all classes. They're trying to bring people out to divide us and be against each other. The only way we win this battle is to stay unified and use the tools that we have. And at the end of the day, we win because of the power of the people. Let us continue to fight in unity.
Next up, I'd like to bring up San Francisco's Assessor Recorder Joaquin Torres. Give it up. And then we're going to wrap with some strong statements from community organizers.
Thank you so much. It is an honor today to be a San Franciscan, an elected San Franciscan, lending his voice to the collective voice that we so desperately need to hear, not only here in our city, but across the state and across the country. I'm proud to be a San Franciscan today because they say that the next Buddha will not be an individual, but a community. And we are a representation of that in reality today that is so desperately needed. The values at the core of who we are, our dignity, our sense of justice, our humanity, are under attack. The families that we care for, the children that we seek to educate, the seniors in communities that are fearful today, all need us, our presence, our action, and our voices. What we are seeing today is shameful. It's disgusting, it's cruel, and it's un-American. The necessity of peaceful protest is present today. Remember that. We will not stand by at the same time as people are taken from our streets, as families are torn apart, as the Constitution is ignored, and the right to due process stripped away. And of course, we all know better. We won't be pulled into a manufactured crisis by this president nor his administration. We will not respond. We will not respond with violence. We will respond with our conviction, with our compassion, and with today's presence. I hope you feel this with the power of the voices that all of you have heard today, from that inner voice that speaks to you each and every day in the face of injustice. To those that are living in fear, our loved ones, our families, our workers, our attorneys who are supporting them, our community members, we know that they want us to feel isolated and alone. Like there is no one who can help us. Like there is no one who can help you. Well, look around. Here in San Francisco, that is simply not the case. Our networks are mobilizing with everyone's safety in mind. And as you've heard, we are a sanctuary city for a reason. Not just because it's written on paper, not just because it's a law that we all must obey, but because it lives in our hearts, in our minds, in our spirits, and in our conversation. And it is with that conviction, that sense of justice, that we must continue the work, the conversation, and keep our voices loud and proud as we continue to fight against the fascism and the authoritarianism of this despicable federal administration. Together.
All right, we just got a couple of folks left. I'd like to bring up Musa Tariq from CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations.
Hello everyone, my name is Musa with the San Francisco Bay Area Office of CARE, the Council on American I got you, okay, perfect. Hi everyone, my name is Musa with the San Francisco Bay Area Office of CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations. We are here today because yet again, our most vulnerable immigrant communities are under relentless, escalating attack by the Trump administration. Trump has issued a second racist travel ban, which targets 12 countries, all of them Muslim majority, Arab and African countries, and countries devastated by U.S. foreign policy and sanctions. This is not about national security. It is about white supremacy. It is about scapegoating black and brown communities to distract from the terroristic violence of this white supremacist administration. Like many Muslims in America, I grew up in the shadow of post-9/11 America. I experienced firsthand the dehumanization our Muslim brothers and sisters and siblings faced and continue to face. 2024 was the worst year of anti-Muslim hate recorded in CARE's 30-year history. And this racist anti-Muslim aggression is part of a larger infrastructure of violence against all of our immigrant communities. All over California, we are under attack. In LA, ICE is escalating raids, storming homes, schools, job sites, and tearing families apart. People with no criminal records, no deportation orders are being kidnapped at gunpoint. Immigrants are being surveilled, attacked, and kidnapped off of the streets. And brave protesters are being met with brutal force by the police, with the National Guard incoming. All to defend a powerful apparatus that is terrorizing immigrant families. Let us be clear. Previous administrations from both parties expanded ICE, funded detention centers, and failed to pass real protections. Shame. This is the result of years of intentional policy choices and the betrayal of our communities. And this violence transcends borders. For over 18 months, we've witnessed a brutal genocide in Gaza. And here at home, ICE is violently targeting and kidnapping international students who are speaking up about the unfolding genocide and humanitarian crisis. And the same dehumanizing rhetoric used to justify war crimes abroad is being used to justify this racist travel ban. It is not a coincidence. It is the same playbook of government-sanctioned violence meant to isolate and crush resistance to fascism. Shame. Shame. But know this, San Francisco carries a historic legacy of resistance. We will not be silent when ICE kidnaps innocent people, our people. We will fight for every family, every student, every worker, and every life because our struggles are intertwined. We must end the renewed racist travel ban. We must end mass deportations, and we must protect our most vulnerable communities. And never forget this crucial fact. There is no such thing as an illegal immigrant. Thank you.
All right, I want to hear everyone. No ban, no wall, sanctuary for all. 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 Woo! I want to bring up a dear friend of mine, Pierre Labossiere, from the Haiti Action Committee.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I want to emphasize good afternoon, sisters and brothers. When we stand with each other, that's what we are. That's who we are. Sisters and brothers, united in our common humanity, in our love for each other. And I want to say this, I'm from Haiti. I represent the Haiti Action Committee. And when I hear San Francisco being a sanctuary city, I'm so glad to hear that. Because the nation of Haiti had declared itself in its first constitution to be a sanctuary nation. And Haiti, it's in the constitution of Haiti, the original constitution, and it declared itself a sanctuary nation for all oppressed people, for people who were fleeing slavery, and for people of indigenous origin who were being oppressed, and when they came to Haiti, they would become automatic Haitian citizens. This is in our DNA. This is very important for us to understand this. And so, when our people are fleeing from Haiti today, we are fleeing from a situation that started about 21 years ago, when we had a democratically elected government of Jean-Bertrand Aristide. And what they did was the US, France, and Canada kidnapped our president and instituted a reign of terror. So it's important that we go back to the roots of things to know why people are seeking refuge and asylum, and you can name it anything you want, TPS or what have you. Basically, people are seeking refuge. And so this is the roots of the problem. If Haiti is in a mess today, and many other countries on that ban, who are banned from the travel, on that travel ban, are in the mess that they are in, nobody wants to leave home. It's conditions that are forcing you to leave home. We all have heard the news stories about what's going on in Haiti. Under this 21-year occupation, the people of Haiti have had to face untold massacres, murders, first by the countries that were, by the forces of the UN that were occupying Haiti, and secondly, it went on, and now we're having paramilitary death squads carrying out the same kind of massacres against our people. So this is the truth of the matter. And that's what's happening in Haiti, and that's what's happening in many other countries that are on the list of the ban, of the travel ban. I won't stay too long. I just wanted to highlight this because many times we don't know about this. We become just numbers. We become people who are, well, Haiti, the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. No, it's not. Haiti is a very rich country, and that's why they are killing our people, because they want to kick us out and steal our resources. So stand with us, stand in solidarity as the people of Haiti are resisting, and so your solidarity is helping us. And please support our brothers and sisters who are here seeking refuge. That's what they are here doing, seeking refuge, same as they are seeking refuge in other countries, same as people from here did seek refuge in Canada. And during the Vietnam War, many of our young people were seeking refuge in Canada and in Europe. The right of asylum is a sacred right. The right of refuge is a sacred right. Let's stand with each other. Thank you very much. In solidarity.
All right, we have one more speaker. Luis Angel Reyes Zavalza, immigrant rights activist and lawyer with the Immigration Unit of the SF Public Defender's Office.
My name is Luis Angel Reyes Avanza, and I am a deportation defense attorney with the Immigration Unit at the Public Defender's Office. Our elected public defender, Mano Raju, wished to be here today and sends his strongest solidarity to every single one of you. As an immigrant myself, I am here today with a heavy heart for our community, which is facing one lawless and racist attack after another. But I am encouraged. I'm encouraged by the resiliency of our community as demonstrated by all the organizations here today, and as is being demonstrated by the courageous people of Los Angeles right now. People who are exercising their civil rights to oppose lawless workplace raids, to oppose the occupation of LA by the Trump regime, which has unlawfully usurped the state's National Guard to repress the people. But as the old protest saying goes, el pueblo unido jamás será vencido. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. To the immigrant community, our message is clear. We will defend you against lawless raids. Let us not forget that very similar raids in Kern County in January, not by the Trump administration, by the Biden administration. The attacks on our community have been a bipartisan project, from deportations to the genocide in Palestine. Let us not forget. These raids in Kern County were ruled unconstitutional by a federal court, raids that were targeting farm workers, as violating people's Fourth Amendment rights, rights citizens and non-citizens alike have under our Constitution, rights that guarantee freedom from arbitrary and racist arrests, rights that guarantee freedom from government tyranny. Now today we unequivocally stand with our Muslim and black immigrant communities who are being singled out by this racist travel ban. Under our constitutional framework, it is unlawful for the government to single out people on the basis of nationality, race, ethnicity, or religion. Let's be real. That's what this travel ban does. Like the last travel bans, we condemn them as immoral, illegal, and racist. Let's also be clear. These attacks have nothing to do with public safety and everything to do with Trump's war on immigrants. Trump's war on workers. Trump's war on women. Trump's war on LGBTQ community members. A war, because wars have two sides, a war that's being fought in favor of the ruling rich in this country. It is no coincidence that right now, as we speak, the rich are stealing the federal budget at the expense of workers and immigrants and people in this country. So today we say to our immigrant community, we will defend your constitutional rights against lawless raids. We will defend you against the racist travel ban. We will defend your human rights. On behalf of our immigration unit and our community coalition partners that are present here today, we will fight this fear-mongering with power. We will fight this fear-mongering with people power. We will fight this with people power from the courts to the streets, from the streets to the airports until we win. Thank you. Sí se puede.
Thank you to all our speakers. I want to just close by saying that this presidential administration needs no reason to criminalize us.
Right.
No reason to throw us in jail. No reason to violently attack and raid our communities. This is why we support and we stand with communities that are in resistance and are standing up to this rising fascism, right? Whether it be communities in Los Angeles that are fearlessly confronting masked, armed, militarized federal agents, whether it be the people who have swept across the country into the streets in defiance of the genocide happening against the Palestinian people. Whether it be communities here in the Bay Area who are organizing and preparing in preparation for what will be ICE raids to come. Over 100 people were arrested last night, and we say that we want the charges dropped, right? We don't want to see the criminalization of our people who are standing up against this oppression. So with that, I want to make sure to name that there is a protest being held at 6 p.m. today. It's being organized by Mission Action, by the United Educators of San Francisco, along with a couple of other organizations at 24th and Mission. So we encourage folks to go out there, to be safe, and to make sure to show the power, the strength, and the solidarity of our unity when we stand together, and that we are not going to be afraid and we are not going to back down. Thank you all so much.
We're good. Very quick. It's funny because we were just in the exact same something going on here. I was right there.
Yeah, I'm already in.
Do you want me to plug it in?
No, I'm gonna get out of your way.
Oh, okay.
Go.
Hold on. Can someone give me a mic check real quick?
Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good. Testing 1, 2. Good. Cool. Thank you.
Well, I'm gonna go to.
No, not exactly.
Very good.
Yeah.
Just on the. I hope it's
Still trying to hear myself. I've been live for 7.5 hours. I was surprised whether, but excuse me, they want me to like, I don't remember right here, I got it. It's just like, yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
All right, can you hear me, Rodney? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, what about now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yeah, it comes up on it. Everyone's set up. It's just a matter of coming in. I don't know if it's the right time.
Oh, you're watching?
No, it's hard this way. I don't know if it's hard. I don't think it's hard.
Yeah,
Can you park right here?
I got a spot out front.
Well, I'm ready. If you need me, I'm ready.
Oh, yeah. I've seen your work.
Oh, so you guys are coming here from 4 years now, though.
Check Ari. Check for Ari. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check, check. Checkity check. 1, 2, 1, 2. You got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're doing great now. They might take us.
I like it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can take this slide if you want. Thank you.
Hey, just so you know, Anna's audio is on channel 2.
Sorry, so the wrong one. Sorry, 1 second. You just the wrong mic. It's the other one I need. Shit.
Well, we can try. You Sergio? Yeah, we can try.
Let me check. I just asked. Or is it very right? But I think as of right now, I
Get it off.
Yeah.
Hey, so they're running away.
I know.
How? And then
Can't get it out.
I'm gonna try I just found this out about like 5 seconds ago. Okay. I mean, the person's
It's not staying. Shit flopped down there. Let's stop the mic stand. It's staying up. It's going to go down like this. Sound like shit. I'm going to sneak under here. Got some other things I got to do. Sorry. Okay.
we'll just keep. Well, because I don't know my ready.
Yeah?
You know, so I just kind of just roll with the timeline.
I know we had a 5:15 start. We hope you started at 5:15. I'll let you know when I have a better ETA. Is anybody planning to go live?
Yeah, we're gonna take it live.
Okay, but you don't have a 5:15.
Okay. No problem. I gave a heads up, yeah. But you don't, like.
As soon as I have a better ETA, I'll let you know. I don't want to show you the wrong time.
Mayor will not be.
Thanks, Claire. I got down this morning, but. Yeah.
No ETA.
I gotta call Pete, yeah.
You want your cocktail or you want to speak that too?
Oh, I'll take my NP. Oh, I'll take that. Grant. So I'm ready. So, I mean, the goal is I'm gonna have Christian pull.
Like you want me to talk to you? The LA Jewish chief stuff?
Yes, sir. What I have before
Or do you want me to start?
Oh,
I'm going to have this one ready in just in case.
Okay. Oh, awesome. I can, so I can throw it. Okay.
Just jump in.
Is this yours?
No, I'm not ready.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. They want me to talk about the LA Jewish chief.
Sorry.
Of course. She also don't talk about
So we have Liz Baker with
I heard they're watching 500 people.
Liz, what hour were you going to
Anyone sit there?
Someone's
Searching.
but I think it's still in.
All right, I'll send
It's one shift to the next. Yeah.
Good evening, Giselle. Just right now, I am here at the city's Emergency Operations Center as we await possible remarks from Mayor Bass and LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell. But earlier this morning, we were at LAUSD headquarters, where we heard from LA's top school official, and he had a resounding message to parents that LAUSD schools are still a safe zone. Now, schools expect to come out by tomorrow, but right now there are more than 100 graduation ceremonies happening. And we assure parents and students who are fearful and concerned right now that school police and staff are tasked with making sure they stay safe.
There's no money in it.
We're all in the same business.
Yeah, if you get it.
Oh yeah, I did not leave.
You got them?
Yeah, amazing.
You gotta put a wire.
Now, Giselle, LAUSD has set up a family hotline. Anyone who is concerned about their drop off their kids at school, getting caught up in
We were all
There's also a website where, like other hotlines, LAUSD is providing.
I'll do this one.
On the contrary, students still attend. He said attendance has taken some hit, but overall, he's seen that attendance throughout the LAUSD school year has remained steady. He also said staff attendance is higher than ever because folks are wanting to come out and support these kids. He also mentioned that there will be school police lining the perimeter outside the graduation ceremonies and urging families to go and attend these ceremonies. For many of them, this is their first opportunity to see a child graduate from high school, but many of these kids are first in their family to graduate. He's telling them, feel free to attend. If there's ICE activity outside of the ceremony, they're also allowed to stay in until it's all over. So the message here, LAUSD is trying to keep you safe.
I know, but I'm
Good. How are you?
So in recent memory, you see two recent memory. One was last time. That was my next question. Is it a scale 1 to 5? You can dial it in though.
Yeah, so 1 is the highest.
Just like the menu. Is it right? I'm annoyed I never do that. That's what I hate about these games. Scale are small. Just put it on auto. Yeah. You know, but it's the difference is like not so look at it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like a court in here, this is bursting color.
Like, he's cheating. I remember.
You're tweaking it yourself?
Right. I paint it. Oh, you said painting. No, that's what it's called.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Over the years, it's different.
But usually at the end.
It's true. Every time they put me back, I reset it. Bring it back to me.
No, you're good with it. Don't even worry about it.
I can tell. You're on a home watching startable saturated.
The next is what channel would you like to do that?
That I'm not sure.
There's a center stand. It's like
That's my neighbor.
Right, exactly. That's Payback's favorite.
Oh, only if you're able to, I just might come right there. Oh, do yeah, right. Yeah, well, I'm really confident about it. When I figure it out.
Good. I mean, different. We'll cut between Really? Yeah, and then I'm like, I told Des, I'm like, you guys just gonna get killed. Yeah, you sure you want to send this guy on? Like, he was out there last night with a chain with the little mustache and on the police car. Looking like immigration. Exactly. When he talked, he's gonna get rocks on it. So he's shooting gold with the beer. And then he goes right back. Yeah. Before they did like military, It took me to bring a little while to figure out. Tell them to turn off.
Yeah, and they did.
I was like, I don't know how to test. They don't pay me. He was on the floor already. No, that's take your time. Their wife. So they used to that was a pink also. Because they were the cage in the bag, and with the Santina with the rides. And I'm like, everything on this screen. Bro, that's hard. I should not say it. I know, because yesterday they broke his window. Later charges. He was hardcore into it too. Well, yesterday they wanted to
Oh, he got pretty bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Lindsay showed up. This is the new one. That's what he goes.
Yeah.
Who's in that? That's really dope. Yeah, I'm glad you kind of picked that up. It's super cool. Yeah. I'm walking out with this freaking cactus mule.
And then first said that's
you killed?
Was that when they started that? They're bringing next to the brewer when they're getting fire. The parking lot can't go.
4 minutes? Or like 5 minutes? 5 minutes.
Ours didn't do yeah, that was
I think I'm gonna start here and come over here, but I'm gonna sit
I'm sorry, 5:35. Yeah, I should have waited off this side of the clock. Yeah, that's right. I didn't it's probably 5:35, 5:40. I was wait.
2 days? That's a short one.
And they up it? So that's even worse for you. At the beginning? Like, I was looking at working. You get any,
Well, like 5:35, 5:40.
Are you going to try
Probably the 5:35.
Yeah. Are you going to try to hop?
I guess so.
I don't know if they want.
I used to be on our break.
I don't think they would want
Okay, hey folks, so I think it's like 5:40 and also Chief McDonald is gonna speak first.
So you're good?
Thank you.
Chief McDonald's speaking first.
5:40.
Did my announcement make it to the side of the room? Chief McDonald. Good to see you.
Yeah. Can you record? Or can you on?
Yeah, I can.
Yes, sir. That's 5:40. They're going to start. Yeah, perfect.
I can't waste my battery up here.
I was born and raised here. From here.
I can see it there too, but like.
Yeah, it would. Marvin
doesn't trying to move them.
No, I had it
Oh, what's the clip?
Are you on 5 Will?
Oh.
No, I don't need it. I'm good. You need it though because they need to talk to us.
You like baseball, man?
Scary.
Maybe got to eat. You're lucky. You're lucky. Shit.
Like none of them
Alright, folks are walking
So we're going to start with Chief John. Chief first. Because I know the chief has a call he's got to be on. So we're going to start with the chief. We're going to go Spanish from LAPD, and then we'll have the mayor speak.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you for being here. I apologize. I'm going to have to, I'll give my piece, and then I'll go back on a conference call I was on and have to go back on, but I'll be back after that for one-on-ones if you have an interest. So good evening, and thank you, Mayor Bass. As of this afternoon, the Los Angeles Police Department is on tactical alert and in a state of partial mobilization. These designations are critical tools that allow us to expand our operational capacity to safeguard our communities and respond effectively to any unrest or unlawful activity. Let me explain for the public what all these means in practical terms. When we declare a tactical alert, we're activating a department-wide operational posture that enables us to reallocate officers rapidly, hold over shifts as needed, and prioritize major incidents. Officers assigned to the field remain in their areas unless they're reassigned. Activities are narrowed to police work of significance or major importance, and officers who are able to return to the field in their areas of assignment. We also notify all relevant command staff, including my office, the Office of Operations, Emergency Operations Division, in order to ensure seamless communication and coordination. In response to current events, we've also implemented partial mobilization of the department, which means we've extended watch hours, deferred days off for some personnel, and alerted off-duty officers to be ready for deployment. Our ability to scale up quickly is essential during this kind of fluid and unpredictable situation. We're deeply appreciative of the assistance we've received through the California Mutual Aid System, with officers and deputies from across Southern California already on the ground in Los Angeles supporting our efforts. We're also aware of reports that the President intends or has deployed U.S. Marines to Los Angeles. The introduction of federal military personnel without direct coordination creates logistical challenges and risks confusion during critical incidents. Los Angeles Police Department, alongside our mutual aid partners, have decades of experience managing large-scale public demonstrations, and we remain confident in our ability to be able to do so professionally and effectively. We urge full transparency and communication across all levels of government. Our priority is simple: keep both the public and law enforcement officers safe and to maintain order. To the public, we fully support your right to peacefully protest, but let me be absolutely clear. Those who choose to incite violence, engage in vandalism or graffiti, or attack officers will be arrested. There is no tolerance for criminal activity under the guise of protest. And many ask, not a lot of people, relatively speaking, have been arrested during this incident. Well, I would say that I wouldn't argue with you on that, but many more will be arrested as the investigation continues. There will be many more subsequent arrests. Finally, I want to offer my deep gratitude to the men and women of the LAPD and all of our partner agencies who are out there standing side by side. They're working long hours under intense pressure, and what I've seen is professionalism, courage, and commitment to this city has never been more evident than in the past couple of days. Thank you all very much.
Buenas tardes y gracias al alcalde Bass de la ciudad de Los Ángeles. Desde esta tarde el Departamento de Los Ángeles está en alerta táctica y movilizamos a todos los oficiales en el departamento. Estos pasos son para designar áreas criticales y nos da la libertad de expandir nuestras capacidades para permanecer la ciudad segura y todas las comunidades y a responder a todas las comunidades en la ciudad de Los Ángeles. Ahorita todos los que estamos viendo es que todo está sano, pero estamos listos a recibir o a ir a responder a cualquier de disturbios o ocasiones ilegales. Cuando declaramos una alerta táctica, activamos el entero departamento y podemos movilizar a incidentes mayores. Los oficiales patrullan sus áreas y se quedan en sus áreas hasta que los resignamos a los disturbios. Las actividades de patrulla son menos y todos los oficiales se quedan en sus áreas por si hay emergencias en las comunidades. También todos los operativos están comunicados con todos los oficiales de personal. Esto quiere decir que no tomamos días de descanso y los oficiales pueden trabajar hasta 18 horas diarias. Esto es para que el departamento esté listo a situaciones que no podemos predecir. Les agradecemos a toda la asistencia a todos los departamentos de policía del sur de California que están aquí ayudándonos en la ciudad. Los oficiales y los deputies están en la ciudad de Los Ángeles. Ahorita tenemos más de 48 oficiales de otras ciudades y 494 oficiales del California Highway Patrol. También tenemos reportes que el presidente va a mandar a 700 Marines y la Marina va a cuidar a edificios federales entre la ciudad. La instrucción de la militar federal ahorita causa un poco de confuso con lo que estamos haciendo, pero tenemos todos los oficiales en la ciudad de Los Ángeles que tenemos muchas décadas de experiencia con estas demostraciones y tenemos sistemas profesionales para poder dejar la ciudad en buen orden. Vamos a urgir que seamos transparentes y comunicamos con todas nuestras comunidades y las oficiales del gobierno. Al público los apoyamos y completamente tienen el derecho de protestar y es su derecho de protestar, pero también sabemos que hay gente que viene a causar solo vandalismos y crímenes y a esa gente los vamos a arrestar. No vamos a tolerar actividades criminales que ocultan como protesto civil. Finalmente les quiero ofrecer mis gracias a todas las mujeres y los hombres del Departamento de Policía y todos los departamentos que están aquí ayudándonos en nuestra ciudad. Gracias por su dedicación y su ayuda profesional. Y les vamos a seguir dando información en inglés y en español como viene. Gracias.
It was Commander Herman Hurtado, who is in our Professional Standards Bureau. I'm also joined by Commander Ryan Whiteman, who usually works Operations South Bureau, but during this incident is the Day Watch Incident Commander. So I'll take any questions you have. If they're detailed questions, Commander Whiteman would probably be better able to answer those.
Chief, how does the mobilization that might be coming affect what you guys are trying to do on the ground, and what is your biggest concern with that?
Yeah, the mobilization is what we do internally to be able to get more officers out there. We had declared that earlier, and now we'll have the ability to have roughly 400 additional officers deployed to the field.
Are you concerned with the federal mobilization? I mean, the National Guard and the Marines possibly coming this way?
Yeah, when I look at this, and my assessment may not be accurate based on this thing's continuously churning, but I see two parallel tracks that don't work together, if you will. We're dealing with the issues on the street that you see every day. We deal with that with LAPD resources. When we need additional resources, then we reach out to the sheriff, who brings in mutual aid. We have 14 different agencies working with us for that purpose. And then only if we weren't able to continue to deal with that and needed additional help would we reach out to the sheriff, who would then request National Guard from the governor. So that's one line. The other part then is the National Guard were federalized by the president to support federal agents who are working on behalf of ICE to do their operation. The Marines were brought in then today, evidently, to join the Army National Guard in doing what their main mission has been identified as, which is the protection of federal employees and federal property.
Do you feel that incites those? Do you feel that makes it any different on the streets?
You know, I think everybody, it's a very emotional topic, absolutely. You know, could I quantify what that is? I think it has certainly heightened everybody's level of awareness and certainly anxiety, but to be able to quantify that, I wouldn't.
Chief, how are you avoiding we'll take two more questions and then the chief has to step out, but he'll come back.
I'll be back.
How are you avoiding less lethal weapons being used on people who are merely there in the way, potentially, because it doesn't seem like everyone that's being hit is being attacked, including press. I don't know, like it doesn't really make any sense that people are just being shot at.
Yeah.
Can you
Sure.
explain how you minimize or at least just not do that?
Yeah, we minimize it through training, through the equipment we use. It is a target-specific munition. That's not to say that it always hits the intended target, particularly in a dynamic situation. I know that the situation you're referring to with the member of the media, we saw that, we're very concerned about that, and we're looking into that.
What about the horse trampling and well, the horse, the person
Yeah,
on the horse?
we're also aware of that, and we're looking at that as well.
Chief, go ahead, Jeff, go ahead, and then Mary Beth, and then he's gonna come back, guys.
You know, all of the streets surrounding the federal building complex, Los Angeles, Temple, Aliso, Alameda, they've all been cleared. You pushed the crowd away from
Right.
them. I know you can't talk about all of your tactics, but in terms of the benchmarks that you want to hit tonight, are you moving people away from the freeway as well by clearing out those streets and moving them towards the west?
Yeah, we're trying to move them away from wherever the threat is. So if there are people assaulting officers, which is often the reason they're taking rocks or bottles or pieces of concrete, then they will attempt to disperse that crowd so that they're not enabled to continue to do that, and move them out. If they can target individuals who've been the ones who are the aggressors, who are throwing the rocks, and they can safely go in and arrest those individuals, they will. Some of those will be arrested later, and after having been identified. And so this thing is moving forward in a way that some get frustrated with and watch. But we're out there, and we have an approach to this where we're not going to move a crowd into an area where it's going to cause additional problems, into the Civic Center or into the freeway. We're going to move them away where we think they can do the least damage, and we're going to try then and employ tactics that would minimize that even further.
Mary Beth, how many businesses have been damaged and looted? I know there, LAPD, one of the divisions had put out that there was some looting going on at 6th and Broadway. And as the National Guard, have they actually engaged with these protesters? No. Some media outlets were reporting that they were actually sending out tear gas, and I know on our channel we did not see that.
No, not that I'm aware of at all. That I'm aware of, there were at least 3 businesses that were broken into and property taken from them along Broadway and maybe other places. As far as the National Guard deploying anything other than around the federal building, I'm not aware of anything like that.
Okay. Oh, headquarters damaged, correct?
Yeah, damaged, yeah. The whole Civic Center, there was significant damage as it relates particularly to graffiti, broken windows, that kind of thing.
Chief, quick, any talk about a possible curfew at all? There had been some mention of that if things had continued. At this point, any thought of a curfew?
Yeah, I know, we're always thinking about that. That's always a tool we can employ. We certainly hold that off and not wanting to do that. And this is a pretty isolated area where this is happening relative to the size of the city. So we would, if we were to use that, it would be done very judiciously.
All right, Chief, thanks.
All right, we'll be back.
Keep you on.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, everyone. As I'm sure you are aware, there was a large protest this afternoon. Protests, and then also David Huerta, our esteemed labor leader in charge of SEIU, USWW, was released from custody this afternoon. So there was a rally around City Hall that ended up at the federal building. It was peaceful. It's my understanding that there's a few hundred individuals that are at the federal building now, but that there is no reports of violence that have taken place today or of vandalism. Of course, with the crowd just there, we will worry as it gets dark as to whether or not there are problems, but we certainly hope that there will not be. I just want to say I started off my morning with a meeting with a number of the leaders from the immigrant rights organizations. And as far as we know right now, there have been 5 raids by ICE throughout the region. I don't know. I know of at least 1 or 2 that took place in the city, but we're still compiling that information. As you know, ICE does not tell anybody where they're going to go or when they're going to be there. But I think the thing that was most important about the meeting today was listening to the stories of the people. For example, there was a woman, a mother from Guatemala, who was looking for her husband. She wasn't able to hear about her husband and son that were detained at the Ambiance warehouse. She's not been able to locate him or to communicate with him, and for the most part, the people that have been detained have been denied access to legal representation. This is unprecedented. In the past, when there were raids, lawyers were able to go in and meet with their clients. So she's running around the area trying to find her husband, not knowing if he's here, has he been taken to another city, has he been deported out of the country. There was another statement regarding a daughter who was searching for her detained father, and at a certain point she actually saw him moving into a detention facility, but since then, as far as she knows, he has disappeared. She is not able to find out where he is. I can't emphasize enough the level of fear and terror that is in Angelenos right now, not knowing if tomorrow or tonight it might be where they live, it might be their workplace. Should you send your kids to school? Should you go to work? And you remember this from several years ago, this same type of fear that was going around. But I heard today about something that is so over the top. Can you imagine having your annual appointment to ICE, your annual appointment? You're here, you might not be a citizen, but you have papers, and you are told that you need to go to the facility to check in. And then you are detained, and you go with your family and your kids, and the whole family is detained when you were legal and you were trying to maintain your legal status. So what this means then is that people are going to be afraid to maintain their appointments, which then pushes them into the closet, and they will fall out of status and then subject to arrest. This is the kind of thing that is happening in our city right now, and I will just take you back to last Thursday. Last Thursday, there was nothing happening in this town that called for the raids that took place on Friday. Nothing was happening. Nothing warranted the raids. If you remember at the beginning of this administration, we were told that raids would be to look for violent criminals, people who had warrants, but I don't know how you go from a drug dealer to a Home Depot, to people's workplaces where they're just trying to make a living. At Home Depot, you have day laborer centers so that the people that are trying to seek work each and every day will have a place to be so that it doesn't interfere with the business. These are not the people that we were told were going to be detained. And it makes me feel like our city is actually a test case for what happens when the federal government moves in and takes the authority away from the state or away from local government. I don't think that our city should be used for an experiment to see what happens in the nation's second largest city. Well, maybe we can do this to other cities. And then I read a description of our city that was so troubling to me. A description of our city that says that we have been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals, and that now violent insurrectionist mobs are swarming and attacking our federal agents. I don't know if anybody has seen that happen, but I've not seen that happen. And obviously there has been violence, and the violence is unacceptable, and we can talk about that in a minute. But to describe our city as a migrant invasion, and that we need to put an end to the migrant riots, and to call on various secretaries of the administration to go after our city because we want order to be restored, the illegals will be expelled, and Los Angeles will be set free. How is this a description? This is a despicable description of our city. Our city needs to come together now and not accept this, not allow us to be divided. We are a city of immigrants, and we have always embraced that. And if you want to hit our economy, you scare people from going to work, because you know there are sectors of our economy in this city where immigrant labor is the majority of the workforce. So this is damaging. It's damaging to individuals, it's damaging to families, but it is also damaging to our economy. Now I want to talk for a few minutes about the violence and the vandalism that has happened after the protests. We are fortunate in our city to have a well-established institutions that promote and fight for the rights of immigrants. They have protests and rallies often, a couple of times a year, and they never devolve into violence. Well, these protests have, and what typically happens is a fringe element, many times not even connected to the major protests, takes the opportunity to create havoc and commit vandalism. And I will tell you, it infuriated me, but it also just saddened me to drive through downtown right now and to see the level of obscene graffiti all over buildings. And I just say that anybody that does that, don't come and say that you are supporting immigrant rights, the rights of immigrants. You can't possibly be supporting immigrants and vandalize our city. And understand that if you do that, and it is 100% unacceptable, you will be arrested, and it might not happen that day. So don't think because you went home that night that you are free. There's a lot of videotape, there's investigations that will take place, and you will be held accountable and frankly need to be separated from the people who are really fighting on behalf of our immigrant community. And we need to stop the raids. This should not be happening in our city. It is not warranted, and the only thing it does is contribute to chaos. This was chaos that was started at Washington, D.C. On Thursday, the city was peaceful. On Friday, it was not, because of the intervention of the federal government. And it's, again, I don't think our city should be a test case, a laboratory. With that, I'm happy to open up. Whoa.
What's your reaction to the deployment of 700 Marines?
I mean, we didn't need the National Guard. Why on earth, what are they going to do? Do you know what the National Guard is doing now? They are guarding two buildings. They're guarding the federal building here in downtown, and they're guarding the federal building in Westwood. That's what they're doing. So they need Marines on top of it? I don't understand that. That's why I feel like we are part of an experiment that we did not ask to be a part of.
No one then right here. Have you been in contact with President Trump or anyone from the administration? And if you could speak to him, what would you say right now?
I would say stop the raids. Stop the raids, period. I would say give the power back to our governor, and if we need the National Guard, we can do it in the normal circumstances, which is the request is made local, and the governor decides or not to grant that to our city.
And have you been in contact with the administration?
I have been in contact with the administration, not the president.
Right here in these stripes, and then Robert.
You touched on it lightly, but has the National Guard contributed in any meaningful way in crowd control in the past 2 days?
No. The National Guard is guarding the federal building. Now, there was an incident that I saw where there were vehicles that needed to get into the federal building, and so the National Guard cleared the area, and that's where I saw gas, that's where I saw, the flashbangs.
Robert and then Liz.
Mayor Bass, when it comes to the people that you're talking about right now on the streets of Los Angeles that are looked at worldwide, what are your sources on the ground telling you in terms of, are the people there with a message regarding immigration being now outnumbered and possibly outrun by these vandals, as you're calling them?
No, I don't believe so at all. I mean, when you see their numbers, it's when everybody's left. So the crowd could be thousands. And then late at night, by the time you see their numbers, you might see 100 or so. So they're not being outnumbered. And I don't know of anybody that identifies with them. In other words, they're part of our organization or they're not. The flyer that was out for the rally on Saturday night was a flyer that had no organizational affiliation. So we don't know what it is. I mean, it could be like what happens with the illegal parties, where people, put out a word and on social media it draws a crowd.
Mayor Bass?
Liz and then
Mayor Bass, I think a lot of people in this city agrees with you, and I'm sure appreciate you speaking up for them. I'm wondering, would it be more powerful if, they got a chance to be lawyered up, to fight back against the fact that they're being tamed potentially against their violating their civil rights? Is there anything that you can talk about providing legal representation? For example, the city of LA just approved a budget with money for legal representation for immigrants. And so and that felt like an uphill battle, and more probably maybe needed. Is there anything that you can say about what can be done about, posting bail, about like...
Let me just say that the immigrant rights organizations that have existed here for a long time are providing that type of support. I cannot see a possibility of the city of Los Angeles bailing people out with city funds. Whether or not there are resources to legal services, typically what that is a contract with an organization to do that work. We have those contracts. I don't have any reason to believe that they would end.
But would it help negate what Trump is trying to do, trying to deport people, in a very indiscriminate fashion, seemingly.
Right. It will help to negate it when people have legal help. Yes?
Mayor, if I may, you talked about how you're in communication with the White House.
I was.
You were. And in terms of, the budgetary problems that you're facing, has a part of that conversation been about reimbursing the city for law enforcement overtime?
No, let me just tell you that my conversations with the administration was before the deployment of the National Guard. I was trying to make the case that the National Guard was not needed here. I was trying to make the case that if the National Guard came here, it would be a provocative move, and it would be like a deliberate attempt to create disorder and chaos in our city. It was very predictable what was going to happen here, and it was completely unnecessary. This was a solution in search of a problem, and the problem was not happening on Thursday.
We're going to go here and then we'll leave. When it comes to the solutions, the administration has claimed that there's a lack of transparency when it comes to what they know. Have you considered
What they know? What are they looking for?
Well, there's been released information when it comes to potential ICE raids, and they've said
so
when it comes to working with them, would you be considered to give them a list of the violent criminals, to particularly focus on the ones who they should be focusing on?
I mean, I don't have that list, and I don't think our chief has that list. So to me, you would be talking about federal warrants, which means the federal government would have the list of violent federal criminals.
Mayor, hi. It appears that this is going to continue from all the representatives we talked to on the congressional level, 30 days. So what can then we expect, or what can you tell both the immigrant population, the city population about what to expect?
Well, let me just say, in terms of the immigrant population and other Angelenos, I'm going to do everything I can to keep people safe. And the population of all of Los Angeles needs to know that we will stand with them. We're not going to allow our city to be divided and picked apart. And but what you also described is, who knows? Yes, maybe 30 days, maybe longer, maybe shorter. How many raids in a given day? Where are those raids going to take place? Who are they looking for? None of that is information that we know. And again, this kind of atmosphere, it creates a chaos in our city. People not sure whether they should go outside, whether they need to stay inside. We did not need this. There was nothing happening in the city that warranted what we're dealing with now.
Down in front, and then we're going to end.
Mayor, with the National Guard and now the Marines in town, is there any indication that they will take direction from your emergency management center?
And they're the federal government, absolutely not. And I hear that the Marines are on the way. I don't know if they really are. I know that there was a post from the administration congratulating the National Guard for bringing peace before they even arrived. They weren't even here. But they were being congratulated for solving the problem, coming in and saving the day that didn't need saving.
How are you getting information about who is coming in? I mean, a lot of us are getting it from Twitter. Is that where you're getting your
I'm getting it from you.
We're going to end right here.
Thank you.
Mayor Bass, I know you had mentioned that there were 5 raids in our area today and 1 in the city. Do you have any more information about, where they occurred, especially here in the city?
No, the one I know of happens to be happened to have taken place at near my grandson's school, so I know of that one. But no, I don't know. Claudia Aragon is the director of our Office of Immigrant Affairs.
Yes, we are working closely with the Rapid Response Network, and we are getting the data with them. So as they compile that, they work with us, and as you know, it's very much ongoing. So usually we check back with them at the end of the day. So unfortunately as it happens, they don't tell us, and it happens probably as we speak now. So we'll check back with them at the end of the day, and hopefully those numbers don't.
Because I think the fear is from,
You come to the mic,
are they just willy-nilly, grabbing people?
Oh, do you want Claudia to come to the microphone?
Claudia, do you mind
Yes.
coming to the mic? I'm so sorry, just so we can get these. And those 5 raids were from today?
Correct.
Okay.
And where was the one by what school?
She said that one of them was near her grandson's school.
What part of that?
Ellie, but I think there was a question that.
I guess the question is, so there's 5 raids today. Where, you know, if you're not being able to pinpoint ahead of time, how do you then respond and or set up or get people prepared if there are going to be more?
Well, it's not necessarily about preparing them, you know, per se, you know, now. It's you know, our office, along with our community partners, have been unfortunately preparing for this moment, you know, previously, you know, for decades, you know, through the Know Your Rights campaign, as you all know, with the red cards and doing those campaigns. You all have been working with these community partners for decades, and this is the moment that, you know, a lot of them had been working with. This is the second time that this administration comes around. So unfortunately, a lot of these partners really just activated, you know, this portfolio. And, you know, this is what they know how to do pretty well. And it's not really about preparing them. It's about bringing back that particular part of their portfolio and educating them about their rights, and really having the element of the recently arrived part of the immigrant population with the migrant buses in our region, and really, with that integrated part of the community, and letting them know what the sanctuaries, region really means, and, letting them know what their rights are, and, and letting them know that we don't know when the raids are going to happen, and that's why it is important for them to know their rights and for them to understand, what their rights are, and to be prepared. And education is key, and that's really the only way they can, air quote, arm themselves, unfortunately.
Chirla has a hotline that folks can call if they see a raid. Does the city have something similar where you all can kind of mobilize?
No, and the Chirla hotline is the Rapid Response Network, and so Chirla is one of the leads for that, and a lot of the partners are that. And if you all don't know, the Rapid Response Network works as the with the public. If they see anything, it's sort of like if you see something, say something, where anyone from the public can call the Rapid Response Network, and they can find it in the ACLU website as well. If anyone sees that they feel like it's something like, oh, I think that's like a DHS vehicle, they call and say, I think that's what it is. Any one of the partners that's trained to identify, they send someone out that can confirm that that in fact is activity or an actual federal law enforcement vehicle, and they report it back to the network, and they do call back the caller and say, yes, that in fact is what you thought, or it's not, and that's how they can confirm what it is, and that's how they count numbers, and that's how they report it back.
Mary, you want to close?
Yeah. Well, let me just say thank you very much for being here today. We'll be back here tomorrow. I am hopeful that the federal government will hear our plea. Stop the raids. This is creating fear and chaos in our city, and it is unnecessary. And I hope that we will be heard because our city is trying to move forward. And I believe that the federal government should be supportive of us moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And just a reminder through Jen, Chief McDonald will be available for further questions.
Let's give it 1 second to come back in. We'll have comments available in Spanish as well. No, we're going to do a couple. Let me ask you guys, do you guys have questions generally that you still want to ask the chief, or are we? Yeah. Yes?
Sure. We'd love to have him back if it's possible.
Okay, well, let's take like, you could just.
I'm just stretching my legs.
Relax, dude.
What am
You
I
can't
doing?
stretch. Relax.
Bro, I'm just stretching. Did you see me do anything dangerous or crazy or threatening? Come on, tell me yes or no. Take it off. Like, take both of them off.
Yo, my name's Hiram. I was complying with the law. I was illegally arrested. Hiram, HIRAMGILBERTO.
Got it.
It's fine.
You want me to call the National Lawyers Guild or who?
Yeah, no, call Domingo Garcia. He's an attorney, Domingo Garcia. I didn't call Chacon. Call the mayor. Let him know I was illegally arrested.
Also saw 6 of them piling on top of you for no fucking reason.
100% compliant. There's evidence. Hey, bro, walk with me. There's evidence that I was like being compliant with the law. They asked me to move to the sidewalk. I did. And I'm like under arrest for no really good reason. They're hurting me really bad right now. Hey,
Don't hurt yourself. He's hurting me. Hey, if we have to, we'll carry you over there. You're hurting me. I'm not touching you. I'm extremely aggressive. You want us to carry you in the wall like a grown man?
Tell him to let go.
He's holding you.
Look, this is unnecessary arrest.
Come on, you ain't trying to stop doing yourself. Phone. I got it. Hey, you kicked me in the face. That's gonna be another charge.
I'm not throwing
Let's be
myself.
fucking smart.
All right, help me up. I'm not throwing myself. Just help me up, please. Help me up. This shit hurts.
You wanna walk?
Y'all didn't want me to do the interview. That's why you're doing this. You didn't want me to do the interview. I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna hold on to you, bro. Like,
What unit? Yeah, bring a unit. Quick.
okay,
Quit grabbing me.
Bro, I'm
Sit
trying.
on
I
the deck.
told you
Sit on the
to.
deck.
I told you I was gonna hold
Quit
on.
grabbing me like that.
I said I was gonna hold on. I warned you ahead of time.
Okay. You want to start? Or should I
You can start.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so tell us just a little bit about what happened here tonight. How did this escalate into what it did?
We attended the protest at the Capitol, but we didn't feel like that was enough. The Capitol's an empty building. There's no one.